And as I click go live, we should now be live on YouTube as well as Twitch. So hello, YouTube. You know, I should put the Silver League logo on the overlay. I have that somewhere. I have it as an SVG. Thought it was 15K. So the prize pool from Worlds, I'm putting the total funding that I have for the event there, including the prize pool and the admin costs. So it's a total of 17,000. So I get 2,000 from World's Edge for the admin, and then 15,000 for the prize pool. And any additional funding goes into the prize pool. So we have $135 of additional funding into the prize pool so far. And I am putting 50% of all donations into the prize pool. I still need to redo the Twitch panels under the stream, but we're getting there. Lots of buttons for me to be clicking these days. So different saves prioritized at the start of the draft. The Archer saves, Britons and Chinese for Vietnam. And then the hybrid map saves, Spanish and Dravidians for Nocturne Sea. I have a logo in my own Discord server. Can I use a WebP image? I can. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, I got the silver logo up. That's good. Gotta center it. Alright, overlay slowly rounding into form. WebP support, yes. And let me also try to do a better job of paying attention to the YouTube chat today. See if I can get both chats open. I don't know if there's anyone on YouTube. But we are indeed live on YouTube as well. So if anyone... Maybe I should make a pinned message about that. We're live on YouTube. Let's pin that until I manually unpin it. There we go. So that way anyone on Twitch, if you want to watch on YouTube, we also have high resolution and no ads on YouTube. And you can go type a 1 in the chat there to make sure I am indeed live. Double check for me. Give me double the viewers on both platforms. That's the trick. Then types a message and then it's retracted. What is that on YouTube? Message retracted. And hello HQ Rebo on YouTube. Oh, you can click the heart button on YouTube and it gives a heart. I don't even know what that does. I guess YouTube streams have two ways of liking it. There's, yeah, no ads, rewind, and servers don't crash. There's the heart button. Wait, yeah. Ooh, people are clicking that. You can react with emotes in the chat. There's the heart, the two faces, a party thing, and a 100. I don't know what that does. Is there a point to that other than you can also thumb up the video? Like, there's two ways of liking it. Is that the opposite of message forwarded? I guess so. Look at those doubt emotes in the Twitch chat. Oh, someone's spamming that heart button. Does that affect YouTube's algorithm? Does it share the stream more if people spam that? I don't know. And thank you, Maviax with 3 Z's for the follow 3 minutes ago on Twitch. Oh man, managing all these chats is going to be a challenge. I think we're up for it though. I think we're up for it. We can do this. Nocturne is casting this in German if you want to see the German stream. Overflow the heart counter that only shared his stats to the creator. Okay. I guess spam the thumbs up button more than the heart button though. Or don't spam that, just click it an odd number of times. Now I'm questioning whether I shared the right logo, because I could have sworn we removed the addition from silver and just put silver on the bottom. I'll need to double check that. Like button is the thing that should help the algo boost the stream and VODs. We'll experiment and see how it works. I still need to get the chats combined because right now I think the stream I'm only displaying the Twitch chat. I need to combine them. That's still one of the many things on my to-do list. And hello Martin Gratzer on YouTube. Welcome to the YouTube stream. And Martina, or Martine. Not sure how to pronounce your name, but hello with the ordinary emote in the Twitch chat. Hello. Alright, drafts are done. We should be ready to go in game. Let me change my game volume so I got the music on properly. There we go. Capture age warmed up too. Okay, drafts all work. And let me also take a quick look at the brackets / seating sheet that we have. I need to clean up some of the announcement posts. So this is the... Let me actually grab the seating sheet. This challenge will just have the overall seeds. This is seed 34 against seed 31, so one of the closer matchups in the Silver League. Vietnam is seed 31, Nocturna C is seed 34, and this I think is definitely a possibility for an upset. And Gabby, hello Gabby. Is it only one Golden and Silver League? Yes, the Community Leagues are going to start next week once the Gold and Silver is finished, yes. And you can message our base if you have questions. Left out. You're still in the Community League if you guys still want to play. And I know we had far more teams sign up. We had 120 teams sign up, and that is more than I anticipated. It's hard to fit everything into 3 weeks, and next time we do this, hopefully we have a much larger tournament. You didn't have team game rank? Yeah, a lot of teams. And not everyone plays the team game ladder, and it's tricky to try to incorporate team game rating into the seeding. Yeah. Top 2 Community League tiers could easily be a pro event. They easily could be. If you have enough donations, maybe we can get some prize pool for them too. Everyone who signed up, yeah. I mean, I think we had at least 50 teams with players that were 2K plus as almost everyone on their roster. Free twice poster? Maybe that should be like a donation goal. I can send out calendars for for top donators to the prize pool. Alright, I'm trying to find a lobby for these guys. Oh, looks like they're in. Looks like they're in. Alright. And I think they are launching. Yes, they are. Wonderful. They used the spec delay. Perfect. Game 1 will be on Nomad. It'll be Persians and Koreans for Vietnam against Spanish and Bengalis for Nocturna. We'll see. Yeah, I think if we do get to enough funding, then we can get a prize pool for the community leagues. But we'll need to get to that point first. Maybe that could be like the 20K funding goal. I see players back in a lobby, so maybe they restarted. Might have had a TC issue, but we'll see what happens when I load in. I got 30 seconds. And I also need to remember to record the games locally, so that's more buttons for me to press. And also read the YouTube chat. So if you're on YouTube, welcome. Glad to have you along here with us on this streaming journey. Alright, I have that set up now. I can see the chat in the game. So let's see what happens here. Alright, so we are in. Let me just set up the scoreboard. So Nocturna versus VNA. And immediately we have a restart. And they didn't turn on shared exploration. So they're just going to restart. All right, there it is. Here it is. All right. As our base says, everyone in the lobby is equally responsible for the settings. So we'll just have a restart there. We'll start a new game. They noticed right away, so not like anything bad happened. And hello, Rafa Kramos, how you doing? I'll have to see if I can check that in the map script. I can take another look through the map script. Had the same issue, it was off. Well, it should just be a check mark. Maybe the check mark gets auto turned off at some point if you select settings. Somehow? I don't know. Anyway, while they're restarting, just to reset the ad counter, let me do a quick add, and then we'll get back into this one again. Here, Cartographers, nice, nice, nice. And again, you can watch on YouTube for the ad-free experience. I'm looking at my YouTube page right now, and it has the same viewer count in 2 separate locations on the same page with different numbers. So thanks, YouTube. I think we need more YouTube viewers for that really to matter though. Imagine a set without wrong lobby settings. That'd be nice. But they are right back into it, I think. Yes. Here we are. Let me set this up so that it is red versus blue again. And attempt number 2. Welcome to Nomad, a fairly standard version of Nomad, I'd say. We'll have the German team playing their national colors, I guess, red and yellow. All I need is red, yellow, and gray. So we'll have Acro here to the south. He will be playing as the Spanish. And then Madtomsky here to the north, he'll be playing as the Bengalis. They will be to the north and south, and then in the middle of the map, we will have Kwangtree in the blue as the Persians, and Say My Name in the green as the Koreans. So everyone, do the joke, do the joke. Type your names in the chat, say my name. Get it out of your system. And let's go. So 9 will start on Nomad. TCs are up really fast. No treaty or anything. Your 3 groups of 3 that are spread out. Dock positions. Both of the German players will be docking to the east, and then both of the Vietnamese players docking to the west. So safe docks on opposite sides of the map, and interesting TC setup, but the players are not really that close to each other on opposite teams. A good distance between everyone. And this will be a fairly standard version of Nomad. There are no chickens like in DE's current Nomad. I found those to be a bit too troublesome to be worth it. So you'll have normal sheep, normal boars. Makes it a bit more consistent game to game too, when you don't have to have those random chances of the rhinos or larger food counts on the lurable animals. But feels like, other than Persians, they all picked castle drop situations. And so I could imagine a world where the Spanish and the Bengalis both want to go for aggressive castle drops. And Say My Name is stuck defending as one player with war wagons. Conquistadors and Rothas versus war wagons and war elephants. Well, double war in the unique units, but I don't know if war elephants are that useful of a unique unit. Probably not. And as good as the Persian economy is, and as great as their start is on Nomad, with the faster working docks, the faster working TCs, and the 50 extra food and wood with which they begin, you can always see that eco count skyrocketing for Kwangtree. They can fall off a bit in the mid game in terms of their army composition. They don't have good monks for defending from the unique units. They don't have a useful unique unit themselves. Bengali's monk to better than unique unit. That's true. The Bengalis also could do a monk rush. Monk's very effective against most of what the Persians can do. It should be very effective against war wagons as well, even though they don't have that much mobility. Maybe a bit of a trouble for Medtomsky to take gold. He has one that's close to the TC, but all three of the golds near him are very forward and exposed. There isn't a wood line near any of them, so it could be kind of tricky to wall. He could kind of do a big wall off to the edge of the map and just play in the corner. Just kind of trap himself and give up map control, though. So, Feudal Age on the way for Quangtree, and it can be extra important to scout where your enemies have docked. So far, he has not managed to do that. The extra fast start on Nomad. As much as you have all those extra vills, it is harder to scout. Although the Korean extra line of sight for villagers is a really nice bonus for 9 vill starts. You get so much extra line of sight. YouTube saying electrophobia is the fear of chickens. Is that a real thing? A fear of chickens? So Feudal on the way there for Acro. He's up a bit later than Medtomsky. Feudal not in yet for Say My Name, so he looks to be going just for a fast castle and a large fish boom. German players don't think they're aware of the other docks yet. Looks like this might have been a group of villagers that walked. And so don't think he's aware of all the houses there. It doesn't look like a sheep that was captured. And finally up to Feudal is Say My Name. Final player to click up. And this sheep for Quangtree still exploring the edge of the island. Still 2 vills from Acro. Quangtree did spot the dock in the house and somehow not get the sheep captured. That is impressive not to be taken by the vills. More boars being lured in from Say My Name. You'd make sure there were enough boars on the map to keep players satiated. Same board distribution as DE. Which is, I think, more plentiful than it was in AOC. So, is there any stone being taken by Acro? Not yet. So if he's going Conquistadors, as I say that, he moves 3 vills forward. One of them is hurt. Oh, it's just for a market, though. I was like, oh, is he going to mine stone? Nope, market blacksmith. And another mining camp on the stone. So boar taken for Quangtree. Still gathering more boar. He's doing a blacksmith. We'll see if he can go up quickly. He does have a mill on some ibexes. And he's doing a blacksmith in the corner and has a very nice and peaceful fish boom in the western corner of the map. Some galleys coming out to the northeast. Medtomsky defending the fish of Acro from the galleys of Quangtree. Also Xing is Say My Name, finding the docks of Red in the south, doing a good job scouting with all the sheep. Take a look at the sheep scouting now. Vietnam has scouted pretty much the entire map. They see the 2 docks from Nocturna. And Nocturna hasn't quite found the other docks yet, but I guess they have an idea that they at least sailed down from the north. And heavy stone landing from Say My Name. So War Wagons looks like the play from him. As Quangtree continues walling up. Now, they should be aware of the TC locations. They have enough scouting to figure that out by now. Okay, there we go. That's the stone I was looking for. Heavy stone mining from Acro, and he's going to go for a castle, and he will go Conquistadors. Question is it a defensive castle at home, or does he go forward for it? Honestly, a castle right on this hill area here, with a bit of walling on the sides of the map, probably keeps him safe. Seville's going to be fighting on the right side, and it's going to be, A mid castle. How about this? This isn't at home. This isn't a chicken castle, but it's also not a go forward YOLO castle. And with all the vills there that could have fought this off, maybe this is a good idea. But he's going to be making some conquistadors, and going to look to disrupt this eco that, for all the walling that Quang Tri has done to the left of his TC, has left his gold mine completely exposed, and does see the castle now, as it will attack the houses. And that will give away the presence of conquistadors. It's a castle to secure the woodline. It's a castle to destroy the houses. Gotta take up that pop space. And meanwhile, in the north, we'll have a castle from same name. Here comes the first conquistador. And this gold is exposed. And that is going to be a very fast tower. And, ooh, a conquistador finding the castle. Those vills are not weak, but that conquistador could pick a couple. Could pick a couple of vills. It's one down, second going down 2. Castle will go up, but at the expense of a few vills. Second conch on the way. They can hit. And yes, say my name, just sending the rest of his village to go get the castle up. He will raise it successfully. And that tower should help to defend the gold. Double towers on the gold. Quang Tri reacting to the conchs. And as the Persians, he wants to have a good eco. He wants to go up and probably get a bit of a boom. Maybe camels could be an option against conquistadors and potential Rathas. But oh no, the conch's gonna find another TC. They're gonna find a TC. Those vills are exposed. Say my name. Say my name. No. Gonna die to some conquistadors. His TC will go up too. Enough vills to throw it up, but enough vills also to die. A very gruesome death. Well, that land will be very fertile if Say My Name ever wants to start sowing some farms around that TC. +1 castle, -2 houses over here. That's a 30 population swing, you're right. And now with 5 conquistadors, they can't camp under the towers, but maybe they could be a bit annoying on the right side of the gold. I'm gonna get in and just try to pick vills to be annoying, run back and forth. Good tower defense though, that will force them away. Take a bit of damage there. Meanwhile, to the north, war wagons are going to return the favor, as Mad Tomsky had been in the feudal age to fight on the water for galleys, and he's going to be trying to force up a market, maybe losing some vills here. The war wagons being annoying, picking a vill. And that house doesn't quite go up. He had to do double towers on his own gold as well to defend it. Nope, war wagons trying to stay outside that tower range. And they can just camp behind this wood line for now. Camp back there and make gathering resources extremely difficult for Matt Tomsky. And despite his going water, it looks like we actually do have the Castle Age Fire Galley play for Quang Tri being the dominant force on the water. So going up for the Castle Age, getting the fires in while Matt Tomsky slowed down on land is going to let this team win the water, and Vietnam's going to have all the fish. And you can castle drop and kill vills, but those fish are going to be working for their economies. Unless the conchs can pull off maybe killing dock vills, killing fish as they, or destroying fishing ships as they go back to drop off the food. Otherwise, that fishing eco will be rolling. So Castle Age is clicked for Matt Tomsky. War wagons being annoying. He is managing to get up some stone walls as conquistadors run around. And let's see if they can take out the war wagons. Alright, one goes down. That's enough conchs that Matomsky should be defended for now. With those fishing ships, Vietnam well ahead in eco units, even though the vill counts are more similar for everyone. Ooh, nice gate. Wonderful gate from Matomsky, and the conchs will take out the war wagons. One conch goes down, but waiting for a few wagons. Ooh, conchs on the other side being picked off, though. And good score lead now for the Vietnamese team. That is due to their fish on the water. That is due to their holding the water. And hello, Bailo. How you doing? Conquistadors pick off a villager. As husbandry comes in for acro. We'll make the conchs a bit faster. I'll allow them to outrun the war wagons a bit more easily. Kongs pick off a monk on the side. So now's the difficult part for Quang Tri, though. He has to boom without military defending him. Might be able to get out a couple monks, but against Kongs, that's not going to be too effective. Look at where these Kongs can sit by that wood line, and that is not a thick wood line at this point. Vils can maybe chop on this side, but there are 1 or 2 trees there. And Quang Tri is immediately going to go for a defensive workshop. Now Kongs are going to get out. And on the other side, War Wagons going to camp under 2 towers, try to pick Vils, but a lot of War Wagons going down to the tower fire there. Say my name, trying to use that free Pierce armor to sit under the towers, deny the monasteries, but the War Wagons will go down. A few Kongs left to defend. Kongs don't have the HP to hold up to War Wagons in a straight-up fight, even though they have much more attack. And so there's also a Wikipedia page if you look up the Wikipedia. I figured the Discord was the most relevant link to share, though. Oh, we're gonna have a castle drop. This castle will hit 2 TCs? Yes, it will hit 2 TCs. And are there enough conquistadors to get this up? Maybe. This is a ballsy castle, but he's sending the entire village for it. The War Wagons are there. There's a monk for a conversion. I don't think there's enough War Wagons to stop this. I think this castle goes up at the cost of a few villagers, but this will go up on both of Say My Name's TCs. Conquistadors will take out the War Wagons. A defensive tower from Say My Name. He's trying to do a tower to stop it. He is the Korean, so that will be a guard tower. The monk can get a conversion. He does. And gets a conversion on the full HP War Wagon. More War Wagons coming in from the back. I don't think they'll be in time to stop it, though. More Conquistadors will go down. But the castle will go up. There it is. All the Vils garrison. The tower's not in time. And this castle will take out a tower and 2 TCs. Well, that was a ballsy castle, but it worked. I don't know if it's going to be enough, because now it's 26 Vils for Metomsky and 71 Vils for Quang Tri, or 71 eco units. 16 fishing ships. Castle will take out the TC. Castle into GG. Well, another TC will go up for Say My Name. He's leaving a spot by the gold so we can take that. Lovely shape to the gold to build the TC on. We have another castle drop, though, from Acro. He'll be castle dropping Quang Tri's TC over here on the left. So castle drops all over the place. And that TC looks to be hit by the castle. We'll take out a Scorpion. And as much as this is a boom, it's only a boom so far. Quang Tri will throw up an archery range, and he's going to have to go skirms. I think the score might be a bit deceiving as the actual position of the teams in the game. We'll see if conversions come in. Only 1 conversion. And the Conquistadors will deny the range now. So more Vils going down. No skirms going to come out. And so far, the fishing economy still thriving for Say My Name. He has to keep moving the docks around the outside to keep the fishing ships working. We see several docks for Quang Tri. Although if Metomsky were to notice that, he might be able to tower it or do something to stop that. And hello, Nerfox. So huge eco difference. Vietnam with over twice the number of villagers. We've seen these 2v2s. Sometimes the military advantage matters more. Persian monks tried. Oh, they're calling the GG. They are agreeing the eco difference is too much. Oof. Oh, I guess the War Wagons are hitting Acro too. And they know Metomsky's really far down. Okay. The fact that neither has any eco and that there are War Wagons on the gold definitely is problematic. Okay, so the strategy of Metomsky going feudal to deal with water when they hadn't quite scattered the dock locations, I think backfired a bit. And we saw the much slower Castle Age time for Say My Name, and that worked out for him. Wasn't punished in feudal. And Quang Tri, while going to the Castle Age much faster than Metomsky, still was able to contest the fish on the water and then get into fire ships to contest. And we see the difference in the KD there. Much better KD for Quang Tri compared to Metomsky. And that's when Metomsky did build the focus on the water. And that's what happens on Nomad. You focus the water, and then you can get pushed on land, like we saw with the War Wagons. So nicely done from Vietnam. And investing into that fishing eco. And game 1 on Nomad. Nomad, I think, will probably be their best map. That's what I think they're very well known for playing. Maybe it's surprising for me to see Nocturna Sea allow Vietnam to pick that as game 1 and not ban it as their category. Although they did ban the water maps, so they banned something similar. They banned Stranded. I would have honestly imagined them banning Nomad though instead of Stranded with their final ban, but that will be, they didn't use Dravidians either. That will be a loss for their very first pick, Spanish. Maybe they picked Spanish because they were planning for Nomad though. Spanish and Bengalis going down to Koreans and Persians. Lots of Nomad civs these days to pick from though. So using your first pick is maybe a big risk there. That's something else you also have to pay attention to, the order in which you pick civs in the drafts. And the viability to use the civs on multiple maps. Alright, so let's look for the next game. Are they in already? They are in a lobby. And looks like the map will be Arena. I see Arena selected there. Who's ready for some Arena? Love Arena. With this Arena with proper 1800 HP stone walls. This is the type of map we come here to see. Yeah, Nerfox, we had a very nerdy chat this morning where we talked about the formatting of the scheduling post in the Discord. We only spent 5 hours talking about the format of that scheduling post. I still need to make a Discord bot. I think this will be a very simple Discord bot to make. I just haven't made a Discord bot in years, and I need to remember how to use the API. It should be pretty simple, and then all of us can update the calendar instead of forcing Petito to copy and paste whenever we have a change. Alright, but we are launching. It will be Arena. And, ooh. What are these Civ matchups? It's Britons and Vikings for Quangtree and Say My Name against Bohemians and Portuguese for Acro and Matomsky. Got the tail end of the schedule phrase. Had to go to YouTube to rewind. See how useful the YouTube stream is? You can rewind so much more easily than Twitch. Also, I need to restart my recording. And this way I'm going to record every game locally. And then if there are highlights, I can upload them to YouTube. You've been doing spreadsheets all day, nice. We need a spreadsheet emote for the spreadsheet builds. And then Nerfox can use it for the literal spreadsheets. Ah, okay. So we had the admin issue of oh no. All right. So I thought Vikings was a weird pick for Arena. And it was because both Vietnamese players picked Britons. And because of that, the other team was able to pick their civ for them when they relaunched the lobby. That is the rule in the handbook. If you don't pick your civs properly, then the other team picks the civ for you from the remaining civs on your draft. Now you had spreadsheets at work, now you have tangerines and a cup of tea. Hello, Bailo. I'll explain that again once we launch the game, so it's on the video. Also need to relaunch Capture Age. Transition in. Set up the scoreboard. Give Vietnam the win. Okay, so welcome to Arena, and with a very interesting civ composition. So what happened was... Ooh, those sheep are far. He's taking a deer. What happened was Quang Tri and Say My Name. They have Britons in their civ draft. And they had a problem, because whatever civ they intended to pick as their second civ on Arena, they messed up. And when they launched the game, they both picked Britons. Ideally, the lobby system could be updated for tournaments to prevent that with some type of settings to prohibit that just in the buttons you press, but no. They both picked Britons. So what happens at that point is, obviously, they can't both play them. They've only drafted them once. They relaunch the game, and in the process of rehosting the lobby, the other team here, we have Mad Tomsky and Acro, picks the civ for Vietnam out of any of the remaining civs in their draft. So did they want to play Vikings on Arena? Probably not, but our Nocturna team picked the civ for them. Let me also maybe add Nocturna C on the scoreboard. We saw the A and B teams play the other day. Had lots of knock-knock jokes at the double NOC clan matchup. Vikings not that bad. Well, Vikings do have a wonderful economy with the free wheelbarrow and handcart. But on Arena, they have bad monks. They don't really have a cav option for mobility if they want to support each other in the 2v2, so going light cav itself can even be awkward. You can't upgrade to husbandry. And, well, Arbalests, they no longer have thumb ring, and the crossbow and arb upgrades themselves are more expensive, so going for the old arb siege ram push that the Vikings could do on Arena, it's kind of tricky. Still have a good eco, but fall off late game. And they are primarily an archer civ, which you already have with the Britons, so you would be going double archers. Although, to be fair, maybe Bohemians and Portuguese are civs that have weaknesses to archers outside of the Hussite wagons. Not going to try to monk their way out of the civ matchup. Well, neither of their civs have particularly good monks, and Bohemians and Portuguese both are amazing monk civs for Nocturna. Game is kind of over already. It's a huge civ advantage, I'd say, for Nocturna. I think Britons are still a really great arena civ, but they need to be comboed with a good and proper civ to go with them. And hello, Panda. Everything's going well for us. Maybe not for Vietnam with their civ picks. Hope you're having a lovely day, Panda. And hello, Ozone. Maybe Trush from Vikings? Ah, you see, this isn't arena with an E. This is arena with an I. So these walls, oh, this is the proper circus. They have 1,800 HP. This is not a trushing map. This is a wonderful play a proper game of arena. But maybe Say My Name is thinking exactly that. You can still tower hop? No, Norfox. Tower hopping, you can't do between two tiles of wall. You can only do between a gate and a wall. And DE was changed so that gates no longer spawn on the corners, they spawn on the sides. I mean, in the middles of the sides. So you could get really lucky and have like a short wall that has a gate set up like that. But for the most part, no, that's not how it's going to work these days. Yep, you could do it diagonally, but only because the gates spawned in the corners of walls. So you would have a gate and a wall tile next to each other, and then you could hop. It's, you can't hop two tiles of wall. You can't hop anything else. Like one tile of wall and this gold behind it. If he were to build a tower here, he could hop over that and jump to the inside. Yeah, I have a YouTube video on that. And writing, watching the stream, and listening to music all at the same time. Nice. That is some productivity there. So he will force some defense from Matomsky, at least. You can't just ignore the Trush, even with the extra HP. Walls still go down eventually. Just you're spending more time defending. And, well, if you are trushing the Portuguese, that doesn't mean they're not going to go organ guns against you immediately. So fast castle builds from both players on Nocturna. The Britons can go for a very fast up. Market Blacksmith. I'll have 23 Avils by the looks of it, 24th Avil being added in, and then Quang Tri should be up. He will have the resources, no problem. And Britons versus Bohemians. Hussite wagons can be a problem against the Britons. Other than that, I think Britons are good in that matchup. But that's a big other than that to say. Hussite wagons are pretty darn strong against archer units. Yeah, he could castle drop. I mean, the towers could also just be a way to protect your villagers to go for a castle drop. Late game, even as much as Bohemians do have good hand cannoneers, I do feel like Viking champions might, weirdly enough, even berserks be useful against them, as they can deal with the Hussite wagons. They wouldn't worry about monks all that much. And if you go some type of Arab champion play, maybe that could be a late game if you like castle drop Madtomsky, try to double team him early on, then swing around and hit the Bohemian player. Can Warwolf Trebs deal with wagons? I think so too. Remember, Warwolf Trebs have both 100% accuracy and splash damage, and they have enough attack that I think they actually destroy the wagons in one hit. I have seen wagons used well, or Trebs used very well against wagons in the past. I just don't know if that actually was like a one-off situation based on micro, or if it's something that could be pulled off consistently. And okay, Matomsky walling. He's going pretty heavily onto the stone. Let's see how much that tower ranges. It does hit some of the stone. So all those vills have to be careful not to wander too close into the tower fire. The rest of the scouts and vills will continue. The scout and the vills will continue trying to break in. Tower needs to be retargeted onto the wall. It's hitting the blacksmith now. On the other side, we have a spear that's forward from Acro. Acro also going for a few skirms. Interesting. So he maybe was worried about the forward castle drop from the Britons, and I guess normally you'd go archers there, but he's just going skirms. Skirm theory overload. And hello, Red Cliffy. Not the best trush. Well, this map should not be conducive to trushing. I mean, we wrote in the handbook that there's 1800 HP on the walls. We called it Arena with an I to try to grab the attention of people who didn't read that. And the maps have been out there with 1800 HP for the past month. So they should know by now what the HP value is. And I think this is, even with the more HP, Say My Name might just be reacting with this because of the Civ matchup and because of the fact he has Vikings. So Acro patrolling the middle with skirmishers. Worried about that forward castle, but maybe sets him a bit behind since the Briton player just is going for a boom. We'll be able to control monks with the skirms. And that's about it. There are 7 relics on this map. So more than the 5 that we had in Classic Arena, it's equal to the 7 that we have in DE. And actually fairly even as far as the relics say. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So maybe 1 between the Nocturna team and 2 between the Vietnam team, and the rest pretty even down the middle. So as far as arena relic gens go, I still wanted to keep them random and not in fixed positions, and I think we did a pretty good job of that. Yeah, make sure I have the YouTube chat visible for me so I can read that. YouTube watcher on a phone here. I normally watch on Twitch, but on mobile devices somehow YouTube Live just runs much more smoothly. Yes, that's what people tell me. That is what I've seen quite a bit. Some people do prefer the YouTube. Now, tower's going down. Another tower going up over here for Say My Name. He's being really annoying with the towers. He's going to hit the gold. Actually, his towers will hit all of the gold of Matomsky. And yeah, he might be forced to do mangonels to deal with this. If Say My Name ever could go up, he could be okay. You know, maybe another strategy for Vietnam could have just been using the Vikings to sling. I mean, he could have slung Quang Tri. I don't see any slinging going on in the chat, no. That could be a nice strategy, the sling. Yep, exactly. That was Vietnam. They picked Britons twice, and so the other team gets to pick their replacement civ. When you mess up picking the civs, the other team picks your replacement. And so that's whenever I play tournaments, I always make sure when we're in the voice chat, everyone verbally says their civ before we launch, just to be extra safe on the confirmations. So nice job walling so far for Say My Name. Going to keep the organ guns out for now. If there is one civ to recover from being trushed, it is probably the Portuguese, if they ever can get Imp and get their Fetorias added in. Another petard for Matomsky. And you have to wonder, seeing the tower defense if they ever decide maybe they could just go try to petard over here. And that will be a second relic collected for Quang Tri, so good job with the relics there. We'll have a ram push from Acro being started, and a fourth TC, so 4 TCs versus aggressive castle play. This is probably good for Acro, as the castle will go up on the monastery. And maybe, just maybe, Quang Tri wants to eject the relics and move the monk to the back. Also going to have Atonement on the way, so he'll be able to convert the monks of Quang Tri. And thank you, Amadil Ruby95 for the follow. I had to figure out how to pronounce that, and I think I came up with something that at least flowed nice. That's always the challenge to pronounce all the names, but thank you very much for the follow. I always attempt it. Acro is selling food, and we'll have Castle Age on the way for same name. The ram will be rammed down as the castle goes for the monastery. Yeah, he does have the option to full turtle and sling. You're right. He can wall up and sling. And with a safe stone, honestly, that wouldn't be maybe too bad of an option. He needs to make sure his teammate is alive, though, in order to sling. So Matomsky has the stone for a castle. We're going to have a tower coming up for Acro. I'll keep the... Oh, that'll let him secure the relics. The monk's going to secure the relics. Quang Tri did all that work collecting the relics, only to have them rammed down and stolen. And he'll be getting those relics back to his base. And let's look at the relic count now. That's 3 plus 2 more for 5, and nothing else on the minimap. So I think it's actually going to be a 7-0 relic lead for this team if there are more monks picking up relics on the map somewhere. And probably are, because there's a total of 7, and no one else has a relic yet. And it'll be another castle race in Quang Tri's base. The skirm's there, no armor, but they can sit under the TCs a bit. Mangonel coming out to defend the castle from the Rams, but the Rams still might be able to push the TCs. Won't be able to push the castle foundation, though. And huge Vil lead for Quang Tri, as Acro's actually going to give up on that castle. He's going to give up on it. And now the question starts to become who gets imp faster. Even with 4 TCs, the Britons, maybe they could just stop producing Vils and click imp, and they already have a huge lead, a much better farming economy. I worry for Say My Name, though. He's going for a second TC. And 2 TCs against the Portuguese. I think this just means Matomsky just needs to click imp and then treb everything. Yeah, he's knocking on Quang Tri's front door. Can't be not turned on clan maps. This definitely is their favorite. Or the map where they're favored. That's why I was still very surprised they let Vietnam play Nomad as the first game when they banned Stranded, but not Nomad. Of course, Nomad could have been randomed. But no, they could have banned it. They could have banned it. You're going 3 TCs knowing your opponent's going organ guns is kind of sus. That it is. And here comes the ram push too. And that's the great part about having the map control on Arena. You can swap back and forth. If you decide one player has defended themselves, just go to the other. The Mangonels need to get some good shots here, but do we have Redemption in? We do, but no Sanctity on the monks, which makes the Redemption choice kind of tricky. And he gets 1 conversion on the Mangonel. And all the Mangonels will be cleared if another conversion comes in. And the pathing around the mining camp doesn't save the Mangonel. Vil's gonna have to pick it off, but all the Mangonels are down, and soon so shall be the TC, as the Rams are making a push for poor Say My Name's Viking Town Center. At least his Vils have hand card if he needs to run, but that's about the only good thing I can say about his position right now. Oh, there are 2 relics in green space. There we are. There we are. Okay, so 5-0 relics. 5-0 relics. 5 for Acro. I didn't see them on the minimap with everything flashing. I thought that was just the attack. But is this a boom from Quang Tri to the point where he'll be able to carry? He's doing a castle in the middle. Longbows are going to pick off Vils from Metomsky. I guess if there's a sieve to recover from losing Vils, like I said, it is the Portuguese who can go for Torres. That's quite a few dead Vils. Metomsky actually the same number of Vils as Say My Name, and it looks like Say My Name's in a much worse spot. But he's still managing to hold on, destroy the Rams, protect the TC, and keep those Vils alive as the more Mangonels come out. Hopefully he doesn't Mangonel down his own TC. So Imp will be in. Longbows won't be able to deal with Trebs. But then maybe Hussite Wagons can deal with the Longbows. Yeah, Acro and Metomsky both can have Bombard Cannons. Does Acro have Chemistry? He does not. Or wait, wrong save. He does not. Okay, didn't do Chemistry while advancing to Imp. Say My Name has now taken the very dangerous decision to reboom in the very middle of the map. And unfortunately, that is within the line of sight of Acro, who does have a monk in the position. But maybe the longbows from Quang can help. And now Quang, his team still has the score lead. They're trying to treb down this castle. And I guess the important thing for Say My Name is he ran and he is not defeated. He's close to it, but not defeated. Still 39 Vils. And I'm wondering, will we see some Fetorias here from Metomsky? Yep, we have one already. So add about 10 or so to that Vil count in terms of eco-efficiency. The Treb finds the TC in the middle, and the TC might just be providing Vils for Acro. Nope, it will garrison. Ooh, not in time to save the final Vil, though. And we'll pick off monks, Acro not microing. Ooh, kind of dangerous to lose all those monks. This forward castle, the longbows, what is this? The longbows outside the range of the castle. They will help the Trebs to take it down. Oh, all of our play styles as children. Longbows to destroy castles. Seems like it works here too. The Trebs are up for Acro, but also Warwolf just about to be in for Quang. And if he gets Warwolf, these Trebs will go down. These Trebs will go down to Warwolf. And Quang has an amazing score lead. That Treb does go down. T90 just got banned for a hot tub scene, did he? He legit get banned? Okay, more Warwolf Trebs. Warwolf Trebs are insane. Monk's going to convert longbows. How long is he banned for? I guess you gotta keep that stuff to YouTube these days. His stream just went down directly after he did a hot tub scene. Oh boy. Well, I guess welcome everyone from T90's stream. And he's offline. He was doing low elo today. I guess he was hot tubbing outside of the hot tub category. It's more than likely his computer crashing. I find it very unlikely he would be banned for that. But that is also hilarious timing for his computer to crash. So, big monk army for Acros. This team does not have any economy. They're down 178 to 112 villagers. T90's final words, it looks like it is working. The ironic final words of many a person on the internet. Maybe he splashed water on his PC. Well, the longbows here, a great counter to the monks with how long their range is, as their name would imply. 10 range now, and I imagine he still needs Yeoman and Elite. Yep. One more range to get from Yeoman, the Castle Age unique tech. And then one more range to get from Elite. They want to get that total of 12. And right now it's just pure monk from Acro. Those are gold monks and not food monks, right? Yep, no Hussite reforms. They are gold monks. High C chooses yes, Von Dutch. Yes, indeed. Nice spelling of arena is the proper spelling for the version with 1,800 HP walls. And the monks are going down, and I think Quang Tri is going to carry this. Maybe the decision from Acro to come over and double team Say My Name didn't pay off, and they needed to push into Quang Tri more, because he was a threat to Boom. And despite 4 TCs against a very aggressive castle push, he survives. Maybe the play there was for Acro to go imp faster and try to get into a Treb War before Warwolf could be affordable. And hello, King Marv. And oh no, whatever was researching that range just went down. Bodkin at the blacksmith. More longbows coming in. Yeoman on the way. Keep on the way. Yeoman applies to keeps, doesn't it, for extra range? It's just +1 though. It's not like the Koreans tech. There's elite longbow. We're gonna see elite longbows. They have new graphics now. Yeah, so the keep is at 8+3, and does Yeoman make that 8+4? It does not. Okay, it just applies to the attack. Doesn't apply to the range, only the attack. Extra attack. Right. Okay, so it doesn't mix with the Koreans bonus. And here with only 8 pierce armor on the TCs, the 10 attack of longbows into 11 attack of elite longbows actually takes that out pretty well. And Acro is falling apart right now. His team down by 100 vils. Oh, you want to see the elite longbows? No, elite is new. Elite is new. They're more heavily armored a bit. Their boots are a bit more metally and shiny. People want to zoom in on the elite longbows. There's a GG from Nocturna. You can zoom in as the game's ending. Yeah, they're a bit beefier. I think it's hard to tell without zooming in. It's not like they added gold to the unit sprite. But yeah, the original ones are the normal ones. That's 2-0 for Vietnam, so Nocturna losing even on their home map where they picked a Civ. The Trush somewhat working out for Say My Name, so 100 to 11 KD. That's what you expect for the Britons, but you have to think maybe it was just a mistake to turn and double team Say My Name at that point. And Acro did get 30 conversions, but 30 conversions not enough. As that eco with the cheap Britain TCs was left unpunished. And I feel like the key was that Quang Tri had that mangonel to defend the castle at the point when Acro was going all in on that ram push. Maybe if at that point Acro had just finished his castle and gone imp and tried to do a faster Treb War when he saw all the TCs, he might have been in a good spot. Is high even with Britons? Well, the KD is maybe unusually high because of the monk conversions. When one team's going monks, that can skew the KD count a bit. With a loss on Arena, and Nocturna finds themselves now needing a reverse sweep. That was Vikings and Britons. Very first picked Britons, so they wanted to use Britons on Arena. It's Bohemians and Portuguese. So I always love seeing Arena games. A reminder, we are also streaming on YouTube if you want to go watch there too. Or if that's a better player for you. And let's see if they're already into this game. I think they are on Forest Pond. Alright, so I haven't seen Forest Pond yet. This will be a somewhat clown, somewhat hybrid map. Yeah, ACCM and Slam are teaming together. ACCM is playing with Slam. They were a top 8 team last year. Or last year. Was it more than a year ago we did this? Might have been a year and a half ago we last had a Cartographers. At 30 seconds and we'll be into the next game. Restart my recording. Let me get Capture Age relaunched. Here we go. Got the scoreboard set up. Gotta set the scoreboard every time. Alright, welcome to game number 3. As my YouTube stream is playing itself. I probably don't want that. Alright, welcome to game number 3, where we will have Nocturna C trying to start a reverse sweep. Their arena play did not quite work out for them. We'll have map Forest Pond. To the west will be the Vietnamese team with Koumans for Quang Tri and, say my name, playing as his home save, the Vietnamese. On the other side, we'll have Acro in the yellow as the Italians and Matomsky in the red as the Dravidians. So different approaches to this map. More of a fish focus for the Nocturna team, and more of a closed map style Civ choice, I'd say, for the Vietnamese team. I have no idea what the meta on this map will be. I did play it with ACCM in a 2v2 event years ago, but that was many Civ iterations ago, and also at a point when it was a bit maybe less figured out about the fire ships hiding behind docks on the water. So whether you go fires or galleys here, I'm not sure. I'd imagine it might just be galleys. The Kuman player might just decide to forego the water and boom even. The fish are good. The fish do look good to me. Every team does have some fish accessible, so as long as they have one fish, that's good, and they can always go farther out for more fish. I might look to tweak the fish generation. This is something I'm keeping an eye on this map. There aren't too many fish in total. So there are a total of, 15 fish here, so that's not even 2 lakes on Cross. We would only have 8 per lake in the tournament versions. To be fair, Nocturno can just go for late transport or something. Italians are like the only civ that's decent on water from behind. Yeah, and you also can transport. Yeah, so Quang Tri here is the Kumans is going to just not go on the water. He will forgo the water and go for a 2TC Kuman boom. And that is something I think is a big risk if your opponents then have a fish boom, because the fishing ships will make up for all those extra vills you have. That was something we saw in TTL 2 editions ago, I think, when we had Spiral in the map pool. Players were picking Kumans, but then you'd see counters such as Byzantines to win both pawns and have 10 fishing ships fish booming, and you'd make up for the vill difference. And, well, another point, going for the water leaves you very open on land to being castle dropped. So if Acro were, say, to go very heavy on galleys to contest the water, then all of a sudden, say my name might fast castle and drop a castle and some Rattan archers right outside his base, right on his front door. This map, yeah, credits to Trozini for this map. I haven't seen it played in a while, but there were a couple of his old maps, like I dug up Stranded, and now this map from some old tournaments I played in. I made some small tweaks to them to try to make them a bit more fair and consistent. I hope this will be an awesome map. Is this map always Palisades? Yes, it is always Palisades. I don't know, maybe there's another version where someone did stone walls. But as far as I have played it, it was always Palisades. is always almost like Hideout. I figured this map would be more interesting than Hideout for the closed pool. And Kwang Tree, by virtue of being up faster, will take a good fight against Matomsky's scout. Matomsky up fast enough he can maybe run away. And Palisades or dock block potential can... Yeah, it's tricky to get the docks up because you need to manage your vills to walk across properly. And then if you don't wall this off, you can, of course, be hit by transports. Ecthelion only remembers it with Palisades? Yeah, that's what I remember it as. Was it in 2 pools? Was 2 pools an Empire Wars tournament? Did I do the map just for 2 pools? No, I did the maps for Empire Wars duos, and that was definitely an Empire Wars tournament, as the name would imply. Ooh, Matomsky has to worry about that Vil. The scout from Kwang Tree got in and picks off the Vil. No loom, no loom. Ah, oh, poor Matomsky falling victim to the classic blunder of not researching loom. I tried to save his scout, but lost the Vil in the process. That was wall up his lumber camp. Might need to wall up over here too. At the same time, on the water, they should win the water 2v1, and they will pick the dock Vil. That is crucial. Pick the dock Vil, stop repairs, and stop additional docks. And Samanim did attempt to go 3 dock galleys, so if he's going 3 dock galleys and then losing the water, then he could be pretty far behind. Especially since his team then won't have any fish. So he's deciding just to go forward and pick off fishing ships now. But he will be picked off by the galleys. And down they go. And galleys will come forward and take the fish. So score lead now for Nocturnus Sea. Think about Unkyu and galleys as Acro at this point. And I think Acro is thinking along those same lines too, as he is just making fishing ships. Now, the Vil pathing around getting docks in the middle can be tricky on this map. It's one of those things you're going to have to manage, because it's only a 1-tile gap. And this terrain was made in connection generation, so I don't think I actually can do anything other than a 1-tile gap in the middle. Maybe I'd have to be really creative with it. I think it has to be a 1-tile gap. Unless I do something very fancy with land generation. So fishing ships going down, say my name, just scouting. But as I said, there aren't too many fish in the sea here, although you can do fish traps. That's another thing. The last time I played this map years ago, the fish traps were not what they are today. You couldn't even go 1 tile away from the dock. I think you still had to fish on the left side of them. So now we see all the fish already taken from Matomsky. He has a few more deep fish he can go take. I mean, even taking these 2 wouldn't be too bad with that dock. Then he can go to fish trap. So big mass of galleys now from Say My Name. But even a fire being added in, that'll help push these back. Just do some consistent damage while they're running and getting cornered. Or not, it goes down right away. But Castle Age on the way from Matomsky, so he's going up. And this is where Acro might need to queue more galleys again. Invest into a ton of fish. But could end up losing them to the galleys if their numbers are too numerous. And maybe Nerfox, maybe he should have added a couple more fish. Maybe this is an overinvestment from Acro's team. Is oh gosh, that's a lot of fish that they might lose to Say My Name now. Well, they're both up though, and if they get fires out, they'll take the galleys. And to be honest, I don't know how much more fish there actually is to do in the middle. They've taken all the fish, pretty much. And Acro can even take these 2 fish while these galleys are chasing this way. Seems like a bit of an overinvestment in fish. Yes, ooh, and the Vil on the dock goes down. So Matomsky losing a few Vils here and there. And Fredo on YouTube, hello, hello, hello. So, human player up. And where are these vills going? They are going forward for a potential castle drop. But this will be closed. This will be walled off. So Matomsky, aware of the potential for the castle drop, he needs to finish walling, though. He didn't wall to the edge. Oh, no, Matomsky. Check for the hole. You gotta check for the hole there. And wall this off. Oh, no. More vills going forward. I think Quang Tri just sees the wall and castle drops the wall, right? He just sees the wall and castle drops the wall. On the water, that is a large number of galleys from Say My Name, and as much as one team overinvested into fish, maybe the other overinvested in the galleys? As we could maybe get Fire Galley out. There's no fishing eco yet for Say My Name, so he's slowly adding a couple of fishing ships. Oh, the vills, did they spot the... He's spotting the pathing, he's gonna see there's a hole. Oh, Quang Tri, where are you going? It might be a trap. He's just gonna castle out here, he's castling out here. He's not daring it. Oh, the hole was plugged. The hole was plugged by Matomsky. He's aware of the castle. He might need to stonewall behind that even. And as the Kumans, Kipchaks could come from the castle. And this TC won't be all that useful. Defensive workshop. Only get a couple mangonels most likely. You'll probably want a wall behind that. Just better to contain the Kipchaks. Castle ranges the TC. It does not right now, but give it Fletching and Bodkin and it will. Most importantly, though, it ranges the wall. So on the water, we have a Fire Galley investment here from both of the Nocturna players. Going fires to push the galleys back. We'll have a castle going up to the north. So as Acro's getting back on the water, he's going to be dropping a castle on Say My Name. The galleys keep running around, and the demos will come in for hits on the fires. The demos, ooh, some nice feudal age demos even. Okay, and this was a big investment from the German team to get back on the water, but they will destroy the fishing ships. So all that investment Say My Name made to the fish will go down as the game changes speeds. And the Kipchaks are getting in, but at least there will be a Scorpion defense from Matomsky. He can keep walling behind this. And this is what makes the map interesting. The danger of relying on palisade walls to defend yourself. And here come the Scorpions. No ballistics in, but 4 Scorpions will keep the Kipchaks at bay for now. A monastery behind. And are they going to try to run through and jump the Scorpions? One of them does get picked off. The spears could have popped out there. And this will be walled. Although Acro has to now be careful because the Kipchaks could run around the back of the back and also get to Acro's base. Acro stone walling the front and halfway walling back here, so I guess he just finish the wall there and he'll be fine. So the castle's up at the front. And Genoese crossbowmen going to take out the vills. A defensive castle from Say My Name, but he has to do a castle or tower first to try to get the castle up. He has stonewalled himself inside of the palisades, and he's a second castle from Acro, and he's the Italians. He can go imp for cheap. If Acro can go imp at any point, that would be sick. Wait, what was that castle? Oh, that wasn't a who placed the castle there? He wasn't even castle age. Wait, what? Was that an attempted castle from Acro and he gave it up after the tower? Maybe. He wants to trap and destroy what's left of Say My Name, though. So Say My Name's still fighting on the water. But how important is the water now? You can transport ship, but you can't really fish. I guess there are a couple fish left. Enjoy maps that start with palisades. Maps that start with palisades are really interesting. They give you maybe a false sense of security, like T90 and his fence. So petards are here. It's 5 petards to take out a TC, right? He could just go for the TC. I mean, honestly, he could go and just petard the next tower. We have Imp, though, from Quang Tri. Where are those petards going? I don't think they're going to be in time to hit Kwong Tree. And this is the power of the Kumans on these Palisade maps like we've seen on Hideout. And oh yeah, the Kipchak's even getting in and hitting the wood line of Acro. It's a great play by Kwong Tree to recognize he could run around. And the Mangonel is out and taking the TC. Who is Kwong Tree? Unrestricted. He is a fairly well-known Vietnamese player at this point. Yeah, also known as Hope. I think he mostly uses the name Kwong Tree, though. And Mangonel over the TC. Nice Stonewall on TC there. Elephant going for a push, maybe. If he can clear the castle, maybe he buys himself some breathing room. But once Imp comes in, it's going to be... I don't even know if Hussara, Cavalier, Step Lancer, whatever Cav Kwong Tree decides to flood, he's going to go for it. Bloodline's on the way. And Say My Name still under a lot of pressure, though. Under a lot of pressure on the land. Genoese crossbows going to try to hit the base of Kwong Tree, but they're just going to run into a tower and TCs, and there will be the GG. Not much damage that Aqua could do there. And Vietnam will take this 3-0. 55 to 36 KD for Say My Name eventually coming back on the water. And that's always the tricky thing when you're investing into the water, to invest the right amount, get the fishing ships created, and still react in the presence of enemy docks. Yep, and just in time for a next set, So, I guess maybe a good thing that it finished at the right time, but still, GG's for Vietnam. I thought Nocturna was probably going to be a bit more competitive in those sets, but that arena game, I think picking the Vikings for the other team and still losing is kind of a heartbreak. GG's there. Getting some pings from Petito. Draft's about to start in 5 minutes. Perfect. And hello, KT AoE. So let's just update this, and then we'll swap to the next set. So for the maps, that's Loss on Forest Pond. I'm glad we got to see Forest Pond, though. I think it's an interesting map. And Nocturna at least used their top civs, so they went down swinging. That's Kumans and Vietnamese. Interesting. And cheering for Say My Name? Well, he's just won his set, so your cheers were successful. Alright, thank you, Petito, for sending the draft. A restart, a capture rage and everything. And again, thank you everyone if you're watching on YouTube. I have no idea what the viewership's going to be on YouTube, so I appreciate everyone who's there. It's nice to have, between that and Twitch, over 200 viewers for a very early week game. And I'm not going to be streaming the sets tomorrow. I think we have one set tomorrow already scheduled, but I will be back on Thursday. Maybe tomorrow evening I can cast the Rex. We'll see. I have some very busy day during the day. YouTube is nice since you can more easily start the VOD and catch up. Yes. So we'll see. I'm not sure if I'm going to post single game highlights. I'll try it and see how it goes. But for now, I'm just going to swap everything over to the next set. This will be, I copy and paste the names so I get all the characters. Darkside B versus Sweden O. Let me see. I need to copy and paste stuff. Thank you, Leany Linguini, for the follow. We're like, ew. I'll just call them Sweden. And he said the scoreboard. I don't think English even has that sound. It might not. Alright, so we have the drafts. Thank you, Petito, for getting the drafts organized. Oh, I need to be a spectator on the draft. There we go. So we'll have Nomad for game 1. Then Arena and Canberra, yes, we'll get Sudden Death for Sweden. Then Jungle Rumble and Arabia for Darkside. Like the O in Britchen? I've never said an O with an umlaut by itself before, so it is literally like that. So like Sweden-er? Okay. Yep, and also from that last set, even though Nocturna might not be in the Silver League, they at least still have the option to play in the Community League if they want to. The teams that want to keep playing sets will be able to keep playing. If every chat message is made up. See, this is where we need to start instituting that that pitch clock between Civ draft setups. And we have one more set after this too. I think it might start during the set though, so if it does, I will just cast the Rex. Lord Benji with the HD Kappa. The HD just gives me flashbacks to the HD edition, which is both horrifying and even more so in the fact that it had better pathfinding. Alright, is this still the right Civ draft? Let's see, Petito hasn't updated anything for me, so I'm gonna hope so. It is, okay. Viri's just taking time. This is where I think that admins can start reminding players that we do have like a 10-minute late policy. And that does apply to the time between the drafts. Our base is busy getting ready for his birthday tomorrow. Petito's got this. He's there. He can talk to Biri in Spanish. Up there we go. There we go. Did they win 3-0? Yes, they did. Boom the dummy. Yes, they did. For the last week, we should tell teams to draft early. Yeah, when we do the fixed time games, we can do that. For teams just scheduling whenever they want, then they can. They don't need to draft early. That'll be the time of the draft. All right. So, how prioritized are Canberra civs for this? Stuff like maybe Byzantines, Persians, Italians. I was looking at these civs. Pretty big seeding advantage for Darkside B. It's seed 26 versus seed 39. But, I mean, Sweden, seed 39, has some old school players on this team. A name I haven't seen in a long time, including Spaden. We'll have GG out, Martin, Spaden, and Bullet. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if they were able to win this set. And I do. This schedule format we have is, I think, made with a lot of compromises to fit the tournament within the span of 3 weeks. Next time, I think we want to have a much, probably just 3 weeks for some type of like qualifying stage, and then a bracket after that. All these are 2v2 Dragon Lord Fire. They are all 2v2s. It's a team game tournament with 2v2s. So Persians there were banned, and teams will start their normal picks right now. First 2 picks are done in parallel. So we might see the same civs picked, we might see different priorities. And we see different priorities, as it is Kumans and Koreans for Darkside, and Malay and Portuguese for Sweden. For best of 5, teams can submit 15 total players. What? They have to decide how many players they want to use per game. Well, so you might have like a 1 versus 7 in a game, R-base? That would be crazy. Oh, the shoe! We have a new civ! We have a shoe sighting. Darkside B picking the shoe. Why did Twitch just give me a notification that I completed Path to Affiliate? Thank you, Twitch. I completed that many years ago. Maybe they're just mad that I'm streaming on YouTube. And do we see Way? I haven't seen them yet. Maybe we could. Affiliate party. We're grinding for the next tier of Partner Plus. I guess that notification is my chance to remind everyone that all of the subs tier 1, 2, and 3 that count towards Partner Plus will be extra helpful this month, because if we hit the goal of 300 subs for the second tier of Partner Plus, I will add another $1,000 to the prize pool. So if you would like to sub and support, you also will get our wonderful Cartographers emote. Actually, 2 of them now. I added a second one. I can type. There we go. Congrats on getting affiliate. Yeah, unexpected paladin with the congratulations on the unexpected notification. I was affiliate back in 2018. It's a long time ago now. A long way since then. So, heavy priority on the hybrid map civs from Sweden. Malay, Portuguese, Bengalis, Malians. I guess I could say it's the same for Darkside with Koreans and Dravidians. Where do Shu fit in? I don't know. I think I just remember Emu Warrior playing them on Migration in a game. Yeah, Shu for White Feather Guards. Hello, Turs. Turs can give us the details. Have you considered banning civs to the tournament that are very unbalanced? We haven't, because I think there's a wide enough variety in maps that won't be necessary. And I think there's enough land maps that we're not going to see the same hybrid civs picked over and over. My hope was that every map individually would play differently than the other maps. So I don't know if we've quite achieved that, but I think we've gotten pretty close, and I've liked what I've seen so far. Jungle Rumble, we saw an amazing game there the other day, and that should give teams lots of different strategies. Jungle Rumble 2v2 is awesome. I was worried it might be really snowbally, but from what I've seen, it hasn't been. The two games I've seen have been characterized by the outside walls being very fragile and easy to break. And we might see 10 layers of stone walls, and we might see 10 layers of stone walls being broken. And I'm happy that we're still getting Silver League games during the week, and we have enough games to fill out the entire week of content. And then for Thursday, maybe my plan will be to cast the Rex of Black Sails versus Onamaru, and then do the other games during the day. I should be able to do those pretty much throughout the day, and then a 7 p.m. set. Oh boy. Followed by 10 a.m. the next day. The random the Teutons. Alright. Must have ran out of time then. I'll get your Teutonic Knight emotes in the chat for the Teutons random pick. At least you have an emote to celebrate that pick. Now that is an emu strat randoming Teutons. Oh, I need to update the title of my YouTube stream too. And they're going forward with the draft. Okay, they picked Khmer. Yeah, Lord Benji knows what's up. Why does T90 have an exclamation mark ads command? Playing ads during his stream. Is he doing another Surfshark sponsorship? Oh, he's doing the 3 minutes of ads? Yeah. I was considering doing the 3 minutes of ads because you get a much bigger revenue share of the ads. But if you do that, you can't schedule the ads yourself. You have to auto schedule them. And it is super annoying because the auto scheduling does not work for Age of Empires at all. And you get ads in the middle of the games. And you can delay them, but the delays, you can only delay them 3 times, and then it's been recharging. I experimented with it, and then immediately turned it off because it was not working. I don't think the ad revenue here is going to be that much to begin with. For a few hundred viewers, for a few thousand viewers, it probably makes a bigger difference. I can play them whenever I want R-Base, but that does not always stave off the countdown timer of ads that autoplay. That's what I learned when I did it. And Celts pick. Celts and Burmese for Darkside. Ooh. Ooh, I wonder where those will be used. Celts. Yes, Celts. If we don't have Black Forest and we see Celts, that's always going to be exciting. And Sicilians. Oh, look at that last row of the draft for Darkside. Burmese, Celts, Poles, and Sicilians. Now, as I said, Darkside is the favorite, but Sweden has some really good players. Alright, and let's see if they're getting the lobby going. And I see Beery, yes. He even named his lobby Cartographers DS versus Sweden in a way that people can find it. Oh, Beery, A+ hosting skills. And Ray Cuddle, thank you for the follow. I didn't just name the lobby with a 2. I need to leave the previous game still. Alright, so let me just make sure we have this ad counter reset. And where am I being tagged? Oh, they're using 3-minute delay. Oh boy. Three-minute delay to be extra safe. Jungle Rumble is 1 TC start on 2v2? Yes, Ganji, yes. It is 1 player on the inside, 1 on the outside. Very prepared, Mr. Kanji. Yes, indeed. Second ad. Yes, it is 1 TC inside, 1 TC outside, Ganji. Yes, indeed. Exactly as you say. We had a game played on it the other day, if you want to see an example of an absolutely amazing game. I expect Ganji to pick Black Forest though in that category. I guess that's the hard part. Do you pick Black Forest or do you pick Jungle Rumble? Only afraid there's going to be a sling fest. Turs was messaging me that he was afraid that the sling nerfs didn't apply and that slings were free. And we have seen slings on the map every time we've seen it played, but the slings have nevertheless still been very interesting games. I'm thinking it's going to be some type of very aggressive forward maps on the outsides, because they're both so far away from the TCs. I think it's hard to push through. Can I remind us of the slinging rules? I was going to make a sling command for my bot, but I didn't. Slinging is allowed. All shapes and sizes and colors of slingings are allowed, but there is a 50% tax instead of 30%. So it's penalized a bit more than normal. Let me just double check, make sure all my videos are being recorded properly. Yes, they are. Lovely. Yeah, Ganji will Vill Rush so they can't wall and sling. Exactly. That's what I think people will do on the map, the Vill Rushes. Alright, so they have launched. You're going to use a 3-minute spec delay just to be extra safe. Ganji here rooting for Sweden. With full research, it is 20% tax. Nope, a full research, it is this after the technologies, it's the same as it usually is. Just the base tax is increased. So the feudal sling is nerfed quite a bit. The Castle Age sling, or late game Imperial Age slinging someone back into the game is not. And I also like allowing slings, so if you get to those situations where someone needs to throw up a panic tower, you can sling them stone, and you're not having admin issues. Or like if someone just needs like a one-time sling to do something, you can give them that sling, and it's not like a constant full wall feudal sling like we would see in the past. Because remember, back in AOC, coinage was available in the feudal age, so you even could do that and then sling with a 10% tax. So 10 up to 30 up to 50 is a pretty big change to feudal slinging by itself. Castle slinging in some situations is still useful, but definitely not as common, I think, as the feudal sling was. Oh, it's Sleepy Swede. Easy win for Sweden. And still often lead to one player full slinging? Yeah. I didn't want to force a data mod. I was thinking of changing that to be like 20 to 30% instead of 10% with coinage. But I can't just change that in the map script, unfortunately. I could increase the price of coinage or the research time. But, alright. So let me just get the scoreboard set up here. This is, where are we? This is Dark Side B, and this is Sweden, or if I can figure out how to pronounce that. All right, so there we go. Welcome everyone to our next set. It is the Silver League. It is Nomad, and what a lovely Nomad map we have here today. As I've alt-tabbed and can't see my chat. I want to record the games. Remember to hit the record button. You're coaching for $800 an hour. You're based on your ELO, 1 ELO per hour. That is a wonderful offer. And okay. Sobek and GG Out are going to TC right next to each other. Okay, so it will be GG Out as the Malians, Sobek as the Dravidians. So Darkside is using the Dravidians for Nomad. We'll have Beery playing as the Koreans, and in the blue, and Spaden as the Lithuanians in the yellow to the outsides of the map. Now, Spaden will have a decent woodline, and he'll have a couple boars nearby. I'll have to go far from the TC for gold access. This Nomad can connect with shallows like this, so a bit of a middle pond. This version of Nomad, I did ensure that there was no landlocked, so you do have water on all four sides. We had asked Mr. Yo what version he preferred, and I went with his preference because I trust his Nomad instincts. But other than that, I think it's maybe even a bit more random than DE's Nomad, where you can have these little bits of water jetting to the inside. This looks near identical to Hera versus Yo Warlords map. Is that a path connecting? Yes, that is a bit of shallows connecting, so you can wall off the shallows. That's something that happens a bit more frequently I can get it to happen more frequently in the 2v2 maps or the larger team games than in 1v1s. Just due to some map scripting shenanigans. But the two docks, so not only is Sobek near the TC of GG out, his dock is also fairly close to the dock of Spaden here on the left side. The other two docks pretty far apart, Beery all the way to the north, and then GG out all the way to the east. Chat, are you already typing GG? Are you saying this is over already? Just because of the player name. Angie typing all the fancy characters, the diacritic marks in the chat. And that boar coming in for GG out. So Malians get off to a good start with their wood discount. But the Dravidian team bonus is great. And we see that dark side slightly up in the eco count, 41 to 39 because of that bonus. Also great extra line of sight for the Korean villagers. GG and GG back in. And okay, wait, does Sobek, does he know the TCs? Okay, he knows the TCs there. Okay, he's just doing the lumber camp because he needs it. And it will be a few trees he can chop before being in range of the TC. And GG out obviously knows that TC is there. So Spaden and Sobek going up really quickly to feudal. And are they aware of each other's docks? No, by the looks of it. Spaden will scout that pretty quickly, though. Sobek has not seen the dock. So that's what's tricky about these 9-vil Nomad games. You're up so fast, you might not have time to scout the dock. I feel like your TC positioning generally can be better because of all the vills you have and all the different spots you have for the TC. But then the docks are not necessarily scouted in time. Has GG pause out? There's no pause in there, though. There's no space. Maybe if you put a space between them. This is a dramatic pause. So barracks for Sobek. And he will be taking the gold that is right between himself and GG out. No scouting to see that, but GG, everyone's up to feudal fast. So last Nomad game we saw fast castles. This one is fast feudals. And with a bunch of houses over here, I have to wonder if maybe we have some tower rushes planned for our Koreans player? No, he's not on stone yet. Not on stone. He's fading up to feudal. And Lelouch, hello Lelouch. Oh, Lelouch, did you sign up for the community event? It'd be interesting to see some Lelouch gameplay. Yeah, you did. Nice, nice, nice. So we have an archery range for Sobek, defensive barracks for GG out. And if he goes archers, that could just open up a skirm defense. And it's going to be a tower. What does this tower hit? It will be outside the range initially of this tower, but it will hit the gold and also the wood. And I think that GG out will need to go find another lumber camp, another woodline spot somewhere. He has some nice hunt with a deer in the back for the mill. And other options for woodlines abound for him, even though they are far from the TC. And down here might even be the safest one. So towers can't hit each other, but they can hit vills, and that will take Sobek off of the gold. Maybe force him more into skirms. On the other side, we have another mill for Spaden. Oh man, I haven't seen Spaden play AoE 2 in such a long time. Yeah, I guess he played on when we had the escape tournaments. He does know about the fire galleys. He would have played in Nations Cup for Sweden last time, I think. Other than that, maybe he's playing team games, but I haven't seen him. Got to head up for a bit. Alright, see you later, Arbase, and enjoy your birthday tomorrow if we don't see you again today. Before TC boomed in the womb. I remember Spaden was bad. I talked to him back in the days when we organized AoE 2 events on Skype. Do y'all remember Skype? Isn't that being shut down now? I guess it's basically just Teams, but... Okay, lots of vills going for Sobek. He does not want the tower to go up. He does not want the house to go up. And he will take that house down right away, punch through it. And now the vills for GG out just have to run. He'll need to delete that tower foundation eventually. Sobek wanted to trap the vills, but I don't think we'll get them up in time. We'll just have to settle for walls. And that will keep the gold safe, although GG out. Ooh, not enough line of sight on the house yet. If he gets town watch, we'll be able to spy the gold. Skype has been in the process of shutting down for like 5 years. Hello, Crab. Remember when Skype was good? I don't remember it ever being good, but I remember it being... It had that thing what's the word for it? When your brand is synonymous with the thing that it does. Like, if you say Google, you understand you're searching for something on the internet. Skype was like that, but for voice calls. I remember when it was usable. And the brand name was used as the verb for the thing you did. And Chicho Teo, hello, hello. That is a lumber camp attempt from GG out. He needs to find some wood now. He needs to find some wood. A deonym. That sounds like it could describe the thing. So a couple of skirms here from GG out should win the fight against Sobek, let the tower go up, and protect the lumber camp. Tower's in a position where he might be able to pressure the gold still. Skirm's OP, and a second range going to go up for Sobek as he does a blacksmith. Eponyms? This is why we have chat, to help us increase our vocabulary. And oh, quick pair of gates? No, Sobek just doing one gate. Let the skirms go out. Synonymous? I think this is a very specific case, though. I'm gonna search for deonym. A word, usually a noun that is derived from a proper noun. This could be a brand name. Often describes a product. Okay. Maybe it's what it... That might be applicable. Like a Band-Aid. The brand name being, like, used for bandages. Or Velcro. Those are the examples that Google's AI gives to me. Google's AI did not give Google as a result, though, so maybe you missed a marketing opportunity. Proprietary eponym or metonym. Okay. So on the other side, I thought we'd be seeing some feudal age aggression for towers, but no, just for galleys. And while we're watching that on the water, while we're watching the land fight, it does look like GG out did lose the fish, as Beery has now 12 galleys that'll be sailing around. And I think Beery has won the water. So different approaches to Nomad here. We see the fast feudal approach for galleys, not the fast castle approach for castle drops. And more towers for GG out as he's trying to hold on the land. Known skirm connoisseur. Isn't everyone a skirm connoisseur these days? Generic trademark? That's not as fun of a word, though. So, Spaden up to the castle age. He will be our first player up to castle. And as a Lithuanians, he will add in another TC. He will get food for every TC he adds. And on the water, 10 fishing ships for Beery. He has to run around and find another dock location soon, maybe. As actually, ooh, even though Spaden had lost the water, where are the galleys? Where are the galleys for Beery? They're not in position to defend his fish. And Spaden going to do War Galley, and maybe make a bit of a comeback on the water. He will pick off the remaining galley. He has 14 galleys of his own, and maybe he could actually just even up this fight if he picks the fish. I don't know if he can take the fight against that many galleys, though. He only has 5 war galleys here. They do have Bodkin, and they are upgraded, so maybe he could even fight just a bit. Focusing on the dock, the galleys will now come in on box formation. Beery's just going to dive as well as he can. Spaden's going to get back. And Beery will for now keep his fish alive. Meanwhile, on the land, Spaden has cleared the fish of Sobek. Yeah, he has cleared the fish of Sobek. So that does help to even the Vil count a bit. But Sobek really keeping the TC producing in feudal. And winning the Vil fights a bit, as he gets the tower up to defend his gold. In English, etymology is considered an eponym, while in Germany it would be considered a deonym. Are you saying that Germans have different uses of English words? We'll Google this properly after the game. So, skirm fight still hoovering around on the outside of the base. Another market going up for GG out. Not making up their 9 internationally. Okay, fair enough. So fletching for GG out, but Sobek is up. And that makes me feel like Sobek is going to take the bet. Ooh, wait a minute, he's up, but that castle is under fire, or that TC is under fire from war galleys. Could Sobek be so distracted fighting GG out on the land he doesn't realize he needs to repair the TC? Okay, Spaden on the water doing quite a bit of damage here. TC's cost a lot of wood to repair. And Sobek had a stockpile at least, but he's going to be spending that. He's no longer going to be gaining wood on his way up. He needs to make sure the TC stays up to reach Castle Age. Needs to make sure that stays up. Still more fishing ships for Beery, 9-3. Spaden with the overall score lead though. And GG out going to Garrison to try to hit that tower. Is TC 60%? And we see the wood stockpile for Sobek starting to dwindle a bit. That is a ton of gold for GG out. Taking the only thing maybe that he can access. Does have more wood to the side, and maybe that would have been safer. But also the range over there. Sobek's did a great job of surrounding him on the land. On the water, War Galley versus War Galley. Better start to the fight for Spaden. Beery in a column trying to close the distance. Doesn't quite get there. Going to try to dodge without ballistics. I'll leave that ship out to dry. As it goes down, as he tries to fall back. And he will be, on the land though, he's going for the castle drop. He has some war wagons already for map control. He's going to be castle dropping Spaden. Spaden's going to respond with his own castle though. The castles will be kissing each other in their corners, right adjacent to each other, so they can't shoot each other without murder holes. The monks want conversions on the war wagons. Spaden gets 1 conversion, and 1 monk goes down. And war wagons could hit the vills on the castle. Spaden might need to send more vills. He's going to get his castle up first. He will get his castle up first. Don't think he'll be able to stop this. But he will at least be able to take out some war wagons with that castle fire, take out some villagers. And now it's time for petards, maybe. We'll see if either player does another workshop in the back. Yep, petards for Beery. This is a situation where they do have murder holes. I think they're adjacent to each other. You could sit like right in between them and try to repair. Clearly no murder holes for either player. Workshop in the back for Beery as the fireworks begin. Workshop for Spaden as well in this castle fight. Or actually, they can hit each other. Okay, there's 1 space between them. I was wrong. Castles are not kissing. These are not romantic castles. Up though, the war galleys for Spaden that were pressuring the TC will be cleared. At least he did force Sobek into a lot of repairs. Sobek trying to get a mangonel out to deal with the towers. GG out, buying some wood, buying some food. He's out of stone for repairing. Almost could repair if he wanted to, but didn't manage to take out that tower. And still is stuck in the feudal age. Stuck in the feudal age, not a good location to be when everyone else's castle. And a ram coming in. Ram from both players, so not going for the mangonels, going for the rams. And if they invest into rams, could be a situation where both players lose their castles. And the vil there is to repair the ram? Yeah, if you sit behind the castle, you won't be hit. So more vills in the castle for Spaden. He has a lot of idle time committed to winning this castle fight, but he will win it in the end. He will indeed win it. Hackleslag is a proprietary acronym. I've never heard of that. So I think the vills have to reject because of the petards, but the castle will go down. The castle goes down, and now the vills can repair. The war wagons are forced away. So overall, I think this is a win for Spaden, but he had a lot of idle time with the vills. Vil count now is 97 to 97. So Spaden... I mean, GG out. The same Vils as Sobek, but they're going to call the GG. They're going to call the GG, as right now Spaden has no wood access. War Galleys over here even could hit that wood line. And well done for Darkside, as Fury would add another TC. And Sobek here taking advantage of getting just a slightly faster feudal age to get the initial towers up, and maybe doing a bit better job of walling and securing gold for himself on the right. GG out did have gold, would have had wood. I mean, but both these players had to go super far from their TCs to grab wood because of all the water in the back. Sobek win the castle fight and lose the war. And Verse stayed castles to Sweden. I don't even know what that means. Do I want to know what that means? I think the key though was just Buried. I think did a better job of destroying the fishing ships earlier than Spaden did, and that I think affected the eco longer. As Sobek had, you can look at the eco population, just consistently a better eco than GG out. I think some of that was due to the fish. I mean, so much to pay attention to on the 2v2s. I need to get it warmed up at paying attention everywhere. Yeah, Sobek's food eco was much cleaner. That led to the ability to click to the castle age. So that's 1-0 for Darkside. Winning on Nomad. And it will be Koreans and Dravidians winning against Malians and Lithuanians. GG. Hello there, Panda Drama. No turtles, though. Dragon Lord Freya... Let's be honest, though. They nerfed turtle ships so much, no one's going to see turtles anymore. And hello, Hattie Raja. This match is played in 2 days. This match is played right now. This is live. This is live. It should be on the schedule in the Discord right now. In the lobby right now. So let me just reset the ad timer on Twitch. We need the old turtles back. They're a victim of the patch. Thought we were in the future? Nope. The SB seems heavily favored. Crab with no faith in Spaden. I just read that as flavored. Everything was better with turtle ships. Then they had to go and nerf them. Oh, YouTube says it's buffering right now. Don't know what that's about. It looks smooth on OBS. Try refreshing my page. If anyone can go to YouTube and check out if the stream's buffering, that would be helpful. Stream status is poor. 2 hours and 52 minutes in. Maybe that'll go away at some point. It looks fine on my end. Maybe it's a YouTube problem. Hello, I know this is the first time I comment. This might sound rude, but I know Capture Age Pro, because I'm not a fan of the subscription model. I don't like that people have to pay $5 a month to get the pro version. So I prefer just to use the free version. Hopped over to YouTube, not seeing any issues. All right. Poor serious issues that need attention. It still says I'm online though, so hopefully it's okay. one where they nerfed in the turtle ships in the patch for all of the new monk graphics and stuff. The turtle ships were changed to give them some extra projectiles in addition to the cannonball, but they also nerfed the cannonball so it does much less damage. Turtle ships had a bit of a niche where they were usable against the fire ship line, but were kind of tricky to use against galleys because they were outranged. Now they are better against galleys, but that's not something the Koreans really needed an answer to, because they had really cheap galleys themselves and cheap fires, but they lacked demos because of the fact they had turtles. So it kind of ruins the Koreans' ability to use the turtles to counter fires in early castle, which is where they actually were useful. Yeah, well, I mean, they do have, I don't know what they call it, a partnership or a collaboration with them where they do fund stuff, and they did have them do their DLC. But yeah, it is a shame that you need a third-party application to spectate games properly. Lots of things about DE that could be better. Yeah, spec dashboard, the lobby. But those things are unofficial though. Those are just people in their free time setting up the projects. Yeah, persistent game lobbies. Oh, I missed that. Spaden crashed, so they're going to rehost. All right, Spaden crashed. The map will be arena, but I'll just leave the lobby since he crashed. Everyone give some energy to Spaden. Let's hope he can make it through. I was told it's supposed to sound like the O umlaut in the German word Brötchen. So I've been saying like Sweden-er. But I have no idea if that's correct. I can just hope. Back to Twitch, but you've had no issues here? Alright, this might just be a false positive from YouTube then. I'm looking at OBS and it says that it's fine, so I think that... Wait. Why do I have... Okay, YouTube, what is this? I have stream settings, analytics, viewer activity, and stream health. 4 tabs that completely make sense and absolutely belong on a streaming dashboard. Why is the 5th tab called shopping? Help viewers shop my stream and discover something new. I can tag products? What the heck is this? What? No. Shopping? Oh, that has the same importance as the other 4 tabs? It's the last letter in the alphabet, so it's like they're calling themselves Sweden Z. Ooh, okay. This is the worst team they could have come up with? Nah, not when that was Spaden. And Spaden automatically elevates a team. Deonym versus eponym. Deonym specifically refers to a brand name or product that has become generic. Eponym is just created from a name, not necessarily a product. This is what the AI is telling me, though. What does the world come to when I end up trusting Wikipedia and Reddit over AIs? They saw how successful the TikTok shop has been? Probably. It's probably an attempt to copy another social media platform. There's a new John Slow tournament I just got a Discord notification about. Alright, we are launching again. Attempt number 2 to play Arena. So thank you all for tuning in. Ad situation's looking good. Game has launched, I was told. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And also hello again, everyone on YouTube. And if you do have errors, type in the chat. But I haven't seen people saying anything in the chat that it's buffering, so I'm going to hope it's okay. ETA 130. Yep, I see the spec delay in the game, Potato. I'm good. I'm good. And hello, Hodsito. Mamu's Dark Side. A Dark Side fan. So, also a reminder that if we do hit 15,000 followers, I will be adding another $500 to the prize pool. So if you want to follow the stream, that is a great way to help support us as we keep running Cartographers like Panda Drama just followed 2 minutes ago. Thank you very much for the follow. And I think I saw you signed up for the community Age of Queens event we're running too. So that is lovely to see support for that as well. I think I saw 8 teams signed up so far. And Ella Stick, thank you for the follow. You did, nice, lovely. I'm really looking forward to that too. I love casting the LEQC when I saw that. So hopefully this is a fun way to get more people involved. Anyway, we are just about to start recording, swap to capture age, make sure my YouTube chat is visible for me, all the buttons I gotta click to get into the game, and here we are. Okay, game number 2, and it is Arena, the home pick of Sweden. Can I co-cast some of those games? Yes, you can, Crab. Yes, indeed you can. So we will have Biri playing in the blue as the Burmese. He'll be to the west, and to the north will be Sobek in the green playing as the Cumans. Opposing them will be Gigi out playing in the red as the Bengalis to the east, and Spaden to the south in the yellow as the Magyars. On Arena, Magyars, okay. Ooh, that villager killing the sheep, killing the pig. Spaden. Oh, the horror. Deer are all aligned. The 4 deer push possible, yes. And hello, Buckfutter. Yes, so this is indeed Arena with a proper 1,800 HP on the walls, so it makes tower rushing just a bit more difficult, should have more of a classic Arena experience than you get on DE. There also are 7 relics, so we do reward aggression being in the middle a bit more, and the walls are enclosed a bit more than they were on DE's Arena. The opening is a bit smaller, so it forces you to the middle a bit more. Are we sure Spaden isn't just Maesty with a bad accent? Maybe he's Emu and just gonna go Dark Age, Stone Wall, into Cav Archer. Been lost for Maesty. Now, community tournament hasn't started yet. Turs can't admin loss for him yet. Where's this Kami game schedule? The schedule, it's going to be 1 game per week for 4 weeks, starting next week if you sign up. And then if you make the playoffs, that would be the weekend after. So it's a 4 to 5 week. You can schedule whenever you want in those weeks, but whenever you want is working with your opposing teams to find proper scheduling times. Our base will be helping us run that. We've not admin lost anyone yet. Is there a specific day you can schedule? It will be anytime during the week. Yeah. And we can be a bit more flexible with keeping that running because it's just a community event and there's no prize pool and it's just for fun. So we can, and it's also a round robin, so if we need to be flexible with scheduling, we can be. So Feudal Age on the way for both players. For both players on the northeast side of the map. So Cumans and Bengalis both up. Bengalis 20 Vils, and not going forward to Trush. He might just be fast castling off of 20 Vils. That is a nice build for GG out then. It will be for for Sobek then, the Cuman Boom. And I looked at Sobek and saw Beery's name was on top of the score, and I said Beery. Sobek, it'll be Cuman Boom, deleting some walls in the back. I guess where are his TC spots? The stone is forward, which is pretty risky. He could TC between the gold and the wood line over here, but he's maybe going for the safer spot in the back. So yeah, he can go for a Bengali Monk Rush. That is a thing. He could also go for a castle drop into Rathas, but maybe the monks are faster than that if he wants to pressure the Cuman Boom. If we look at the relics, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total relics, and maybe one safe relic for both teams, and the other 5 pretty much right down the middle. This is a pretty even relic gen. I tried to keep the relics spread out, and I used some creative hacks to do that. Okay, YouTube says excellent connection again, so I think we're back to doing well over there. Just tab over so I can see the viewer count again. There. You can blame Reaper for restarting, needing to be restarted. I don't know why that happened still. Hopefully that wasn't muted for long. Scout's still running around, and we had a scout going down for, I think it was Beery. Yep, Beery's scout down, and Sobek will have to carry the scouting duties by himself, but now that the scouts are down, they won't have clear scouting information of GG out, moving out to do a barracks, so a forward barracks in anticipation of scouts. He can make spears, maybe put spears in the rams. He's going to delete the barracks, though. All right. Yeah, that was curious to me. You see that there is not going to be scouts, most likely, and then you still do the barracks. Now, the barracks is more for anti-scout. And double workshop! Double workshop, not even going for the monastery, just straight for double workshop. And what is this, ram plus mangonel or ram plus scorpion? One of them has to be a ram to go through the walls. And this is the advantage of the Cumans on this map, the 1,800 HP walls. Ram Scorp. Yeah, Scorpion's OP these days. And you need a Scorp or Mangonel in combination with the Ram to stop Vils from rewalling. Scorp's OP. Elephant, I forgot, he's an Elephant Civ. He has Elephant Rams and Scorpion. Okay, Elephant and Scorpion. And this, if we look at the scouting, he hasn't even seen how forward that stone is. Forward stone makes this really tricky to defend because he won't be able to go towers. Yep, the Bengalis do have the elephants, indeed. And the Scorpion will start pressuring the stone. As the elephant goes to knock down the wall. It wants 25 stone for a tower, right? You can long distance mine stone and have enough for a tower, and he will be doing that on the gold. So he's taking extra care to protect the gold. But it's just a palisade wall and a tower. Does that actually protect you from elephants? And it's a 2v1 situation as the light cav are coming in. Castle is defensive for Biri, and he's going to be sending a Rambai over. But those are now a Rambai that he has to invest into to save Sobek, as his teammate now is booming Spaden with the TC. And maybe the counter to the Kumans on Arena is also the fact that it's harder to counterattack with the extra HP on the walls. The Kumans can't just trush like I've seen Tato do so many times. Yeah, Ellie's wreck Palisades. Palisades are not even worthwhile here. What even defends this? Maybe this is a crazy thought because it would die to mangonels, but what if the defense against the elephant scorpion push is just feudal age rams? Because then rams can fight the elephants and keep your vills safe from the scorpions while also pushing out against the scorpions. Well, the elephants go down and the TC stays up. We have a few scouts out for Sobek. He's trying to jump the scorpions. No ballistics yet. Micro from Biri, trying to dodge the scorpions as the monastery goes up for some monks. Yeah, then GG outbuilds one mangonel. Maybe what you need is if your teammate's doing a fast castle, you need them to send a villager just to do a workshop to mangonel defense. Knowing for Red that he can't repair Ellie's, that's true. He can't repair the elephants. He could heal them. And Bobaholic, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Oh, also Mars. I think I was muted when I saw this. Thank you, Mars, for the follow. 221122131. Those are some numbers. Scorpions do a good amount of damage to the TC. Only 6 Pierce armor. And then Scorpions have 11 Pierce attack, and then also +3 against buildings. So they do whittle that down quite easily. 49 vills, though, for Sobek. If he's ever able to click up, he'll be okay, as the elephant push continues coming in. The elephant will take the wall down. Take down more walls, then go for the town center. Spear coming in. The Rambai start to be taken out. Scorpions taking the vills. Okay. That's gonna be a lot of dead vills soon, but the spears can poke the elephants. At least as a feudal age unit with bonus against the elephants. The TC is holding so far. That is a lot of scorpions. Maybe too many scorpions, not enough mangonels? As good as the scorpions are against the TC, I feel like maybe mangonels would be better. Imagine this were 6 or 7 mangonels now. So Eden's still with the score lead. Oh, mangonel on the monks. There is no sanctity and also no redemption yet. So the scouts and mangonels managing to defend one mangonel could hit the clumped up scorpions. They hit the gate instead of running. No ballistics on the scorps yet. The scouts are trying to jump them, and the scorpions have less micro potential because of that mangonel now. Spear and scout trying to get the mangonel, but it gets a hit on the scorpions, and all the scorpions are down. And Sobek has managed to hold this. Sobek has managed to hold it. At the same time, though, this is almost like a sling, because Biri has been 1 TC this entire time, and while Sobek has had to invest into feudal, it's given Spaden the ability to boom with the Magyar, as he's 3 TCs with handcart. He's doing light cav, but that's less of an investment than we've had from Biri. And he's going to pull ahead in vills with that extra TC now, as Sobek still is going to need time to go up to the next stage. Doesn't have a way to deal with the Rambai, though. Maybe enough light cav can take a fight. And still with HP on the walls, nothing able to threaten GG out at home. Petard, though. Petard bust for the Rambai could be scary, but that's why it's so important he gets 3 TCs up. That way, at the very least, he'll be able to garrison the TCs. And Spaden with light cav can come and hoover around, maybe pick off villagers. They need to pay attention to this, though. One thing they don't have is a network of outposts giving them vision in the middle of the map. Beery has the stone for another castle. That he does, just about 300 stone. Could maybe buy another one. Vills and petards there. Okay, there are the vills for the castle. Some of the vills going to be picked off by Light Cav, though. Ooh, that's going to be 5 dead villagers. Light Cav getting some vill picks, even though the castle goes up. Bit of a doubt castle, even though the vills dying are not anywhere near the castle. And Bloodline's armor on the way for Spaden. I still don't think that's enough to fight all those Arambai. And Bernie Blindman, thank you for the follow. Petards will bust through the walls, but the castle will go up. And Sobek up just now to the castle age. But Spaden is still in a position I think he can carry the game. This is honestly his spot where GG out might just want to run a couple vills into Spaden's base to make sure they stay alive. Workshop gonna go up. Monk looking for a conversion to keep the Arambai out. And Loom then on the way for Spaden. Arambai gonna hoover around on the inside of the base. Castle looking to take out the market, but really no damage done to GG out other than denying the gold access. Vills have been doing a great job of garrisoning, hopping in the TCs. And Spaden is up to Imp. He's up to Imp doing chain barding armor. Alright, Spaden. So back up to Castle. And Light Cav goes down to the Arambai. And getting hit by the Light Cav as Monks go for conversions. Monks really need conversions on the Arambai though. Ooh, insta! He swapped the targets and got the Arambai. That'll be picked off right away though. Monks going for conversions on the Arambai. Scorpions being made in the workshops. Monks wanting conversions on the Arambai as the Steppies break in. And another forward castle from Beery. This TC was the attempt to secure the gold. But this is where Vills need to run. Maybe even you take the outside gold just because then the Arambai are walled out. And what does Spaden do now? He has 4 stables. He has a ton of Light Cav that he could turn into Hussars. More in the queue. He's not going Knights. I mean, Magyars will have the free attack upgrades. He's up to Imp. He's going to try to deny the castle. Will he be there in time? He'll get some Vills maybe. Trying to get a patrol in. The castle 97, 98, 99, and just goes up. 2 villagers left. 2 injured villagers. Hero Vills save the castle. Spaden just a bit late to deny it. And now GG out going to run the Vills. Put more Vills in this TC. Maybe delete that wall and run, then wall behind. He needs to garrison. He needs to garrison. He needs to garrison the Vills. There he goes. Light Cav still running around to fight the Steppies. So score lead again taken by Beery and Sobek as the Vills have to run. Still Scorpion in that forward workshop, but Sobek now feeling comfortable even just on 3 TCs to pump out the Step Lancers. Here's the Hussar upgrade from Spaden. Spaden's going to be dropping his own castle forward, and that'll let him break into Beery's base. One Step Lancer will find that, but that castle will go up. I like Cav and not Knights? I don't know. I honestly don't know why I like Cav and not Knights. Maybe just because Light Cav are faster, he's thinking they can chase down the Arambai better than Knights could? They are, I mean, faster with Husbandry even than the Kuman Hussars. Or Paladin, or CA. Yeah, I feel like CA would be the unit composition here. I mean, he has 91 Vills. Yeah, I guess that is still a tough eco for Knights. He doesn't really have the best eco despite being boomed more than everyone. I mean, at this point now, Sobek's kind of outboomed him, even though he's still castle. We have Burmese monks. I mean, cav archers would deal with that too. And this is also why I didn't delete the back walls on arena. GG out could have a safe lumber camp in the back now, behind the walls. He's going to do a tower to defend the farms. So 3 TCs in a tower, he's still in a nice spot to defend against castle age units. We'll have fortified walls on the way for Beery. Don't know how much that'll help against the castle and Trebs. Look at this fancy Magyar castle. I don't think I've seen that before. Look at how white and bright those walls are. Maybe, I don't know if... I mean, all buildings naturally have the shadow on the left side, but I feel like this is just more extreme. So fortified wall not going to matter that much as the Trebs can take out the houses. And, well, maybe it will if more walls go up in the back. Beery has to wall. Can't let the Hussars get in. Magyars themselves don't have the best siege. They don't have siege rams, so it's hard to ram their way in. But market barracks could be going down here as Beery keeps trying to wall and contain this. Has to wall everything. As Spaden has a very good push into his base. And as GG out still is trying to hold on, doing guard tower. Alright, guard tower. If that tower goes up, it'll be nice. And it should go up under the TC. Can fend the Arambai off. Let's see, he might need more towers though. Might need to garrison the tower. I think this is a really bad situation for him. He's gonna need Sobek to win 2v1. Sobek is in! Sobek is in on the other side! And now Beery is going to lose everything in his economy. He has nothing to stop the Trebs. Maybe some steppies need to come over from Sobek to destroy the Trebs. That they're in position to take out the castle, take out the TCs. And all of a sudden, Beery has fewer villagers than GG out has. And GG Veroso5, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Thank you. And the trebuchets are blocking the pathing of the Hussars. They deployed the Treb in a spot that blocks the Hussars, so no more Hussars moving in for the moment. Beery did not go to his back. So who is dying faster, Beery or GG out? I feel like Spaden Magyars probably have an advantage at going cav archers against Kumans if it goes late game. I mean, it is Imp versus Castle Age. We do have Imp clicked though for Sobek. Do we have resources collected? I don't think we do on this stat. Do we have relics for anyone? No relics for anyone. 7 relics and no one's bothered. And so 2 Trebs going to destroy the castle, going to pick off 2 TCs. Pikeman coming over, and we just need Spaden to go cav archers. He adds in a recurve bow. Cav archers should be cheaper than Hussars. He's gonna go Cavalier though. We'll go Cavalier against the Kuman player who clearly is making pikemen. And the pikes at least, they're gonna keep the TCs up. They'll stop the Trebs. Where are those vills going? I mean, the Hussars, I think, are numerous enough. They can probably take the fight against the pikemen there. I can click the pikes. 17 pikes. The Trebs are repaired, and both Trebs will escape. Still gotta be looking for cav archers at some point. So 10 villagers, only 10 vills for GG out. He's doing a market, and this is now... Spaden needs to win the game with paladins. How many does he have? Only 5, though. Hasn't been producing. Going paladin. And Spaden might still win this game. It's kind of a 1v1. So Sobek's going to play the long game. He's going to try to hold and eventually sling Beery back into the game. The bad thing, though, is that Sobek is the Kumans and he doesn't have stone walls. Just like the Goths, he can only do palisades. So if Spaden's able ever to get an advantage and push, he's going to be able to push into Sobek really well without any defenses. And also these 2 forward castles from Beery are forward and exposed. So likely to be taken out. And Beery, oh, the gate is open, the gate is open. Those vills, oh no, those vills, the cav are enough they can take out the TC at this point. Some Halb's chasing, but Halb's not in position now. And Beery's going to lose a ton of villagers here. Beery himself is down to 28, 27 and dropping. We might have 2 players almost defeated here. I don't think Beery, did he run vills? Beery did not actually run vills like GG out did. So Beery might actually be defeated here. Oh, Beery could be defeated if he loses these TCs. Well, not defeated, but useless as he doesn't have vills. He has 15 vills in the TC, and that's going to be the last of his 15 vill. He has 16. He has 1 vill somewhere else. He has 1 Vil not in that TC. The Halb's not able to pick off the Trebs. And, okay, there are 15 of his 16 Vils right there. The Halb's cleaned off the Cav, but the Paladins are still running forward. The Paladin's going to take a fight against the Halbs. Don't think that'll be a good fight for them. And Beery's trying to run. Trying desperately to do a market on the outside. The Halbs are cleaned. 1 Paladin left. Yeah, the Paladin survives. That TC will go down. I don't know where Beery's other villager is. But it better be somewhere safe. Must be a forward castle Vil? It's not in the castles. So still 16 Vils total. The TC is down, so Beery now on 0 TCs. GG out. 13 Vils to 16. They're both in the castle age. This has now become a 1v1 between Spaden and Sobek. Sobek trying to do... That castle is 22 HP. The Hussars could hit the castle and kill it. Okay, a bit more HP on it now. I did just select it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. She's hiding behind the mining camp. There she is. Now the final villager from Beery. Beery might not even know she's there. And might at some point be relieved to find her. It needs to get a villa to Green's walls for safety. I mean, I know they're Kuman walls, but finally we have the heavy Cav Archer. Heavy Cav Archer. So I guess Kumans will have faster paladins than the Magyars do, so maybe technically a slightly better unit. But the heavy Cav Archer for Magyars or something I don't think the Kumans can answer, and we already have 3 Trebs deployed for Spaden taking out this castle. What a crazy game. We have 2 players almost defeated. And this castle Treb down. Sobek is starting to fall apart, I feel. Bigger score lead for Spaden. 34 on gold versus 13. Maybe Spaden can run out of gold, though. Although he does have a lot of gold options at the front by these castles. And a lot of gold still. I mean, if he ever could clear those castles, he'd have his teammates' gold still. And GG out is, yeah, being slung by Spaden. Spaden trying to sling him back into the game. And now comes a question of also who can sling their teammate into the game again faster. 12 Vils versus 21. We don't even have wheelbarrow or heavy plow. Oh, but then again, we don't even have bow saw for GG out, so eco upgrade's better for Beery. We might have another castle going down, though. Sobek trying to secure some resources with the castles, but those Trebs from Spaden are not going to allow him to do so. And not enough paladins really to jump the Trebs with all those heavy Cav Archers there. Maybe the final heavy Cav Archers switch for Spaden might do it. And hello, Cheney. Oh, and hello, LL on YouTube. Hello. And Trebs? Okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe the Paladins can jump the Trebs, those speedy Kuman Paladins. And that will keep the castle up on 1,000 HP. Almost going down. The Cav Archers are going to run back under this castle for the fight. Kuman Rams with Halbs inside of them could be a problem. Although Magyar Hussars do have a bonus against Siege, that could be the option for Spaden. If Spaden could get a bunch of castles out and go Magyar Hussar rather than Hussar, then he can clear Siege. Yeah, Beery's still not safe. Beery still has not noticed he has a Vil over here. Beery, you only have 13 Vils. It can't be that many to manage. He's going to try to go back into his base for his second TC. Out in the middle of the map will be the third TC for GG out. And I guess one thing going for Darkside is that they do have essentially 3 bases worth of map control with these castles. There's no way that GG out could reclaim his base at this point. He's going to lose a lot of farms. And Cav Archer's going to push forward. And hello, zoom out. I'm going to zoom in for a minute on this castle, as it is going down 1600 HP, lots of repairs, more repair Vils being sent from Spaden. Kumans don't have siege engineers, so he will have more than enough Vils to repair against 2 Trebs. Some Cav running into the castle fire, as both of these players have teammates who are rebooming like mad, and Coinage is coming in to try to sling them back into the game. We saw Sobek doing Coinage earlier. Does he have recurve bow? He does. 4+4 range. 7 plus 5 damage, so these are some really strong cav archers. And now Spaden will deploy the Trebs to destroy Sobek's Trebs and keep his castle alive. Low Treb accuracy usually means this is a bad idea, but in the rare situations it keeps your castle alive, it can be a good thing. Even he picks the Repairville. Treb goes down. Yeah, you can't steal farms right now, that's a bug. Hopefully that'll be fixed in the patch. I've heard that there should be a bug fix patch soon. So if that comes during the tournament, then hopefully at least it fixes farm stealing. And the castle will go down. And Spaden continues his push. Spaden now has a 5k score lead over Sobek, and he's in ACCM territory for winning this game. The only maybe way back would be for DS to have more map control, but it looks like GG Out is managing to sneak now into Beery's base. And he's getting his 4th TC. We have Onager on the way for Sobek. Kumans do have access to Siege Onager, potentially for dealing with the heavy cav archer, but we now see Corvidian Army and Elite Magyar Hussar. That is going to give Spaden a trash unit with an attack bonus against Siege that will be quite adept at picking off those Onagers. Hello, Hadio. Yes, ACCM territory is not where you want to be. And ooh, can the Arambai stop the TC? They're closing in on the Vills. 90%, they're going to be close. 95, 96, 97, it goes up in the garrison just in time. And Magyar Hussar incoming. We'll see when he cues them. There we go. Elite Magyar Hussars. We've selected some. There they go. Look at how fancy they look with that long pole arm. And oh, also the new Elite Magyar Hussar graphics. I haven't seen these yet. Do they look different than they did before? It looks like a Magyar Hussar at least. I don't know if this is new. Maybe, are the wings more fancy? Incredible performance by the shovel. The spade. A Spaden. As soon as I saw, there's the GG. As soon as I saw Spaden sign up for the tournament, I knew something was going to be good. And there we go. So 400 kills for Spaden. Amazing economy, 86,000 resources. And, well, GG Out died first. Beery died second. Even the fortified walls could not defend him from Spaden. And GG. Alright, let me tab around. That ties it 1-1, turns it into a best of 3 now. More home maps though for Darkside. We'll give Sweden a win. And those civs were losses for the Burmese and the very first picked Cumans. They decided to pick Cumans on the map and run with them. But then wins for, they didn't use Portuguese and Malay on Arena. They used Magyars and Bengalis, so still good civs. Alright. GG Out, the necessary sacrifice. And again, thank you all for tuning in. Nice to have now almost 250 viewers on Twitch. We have some more on YouTube too. So I hope you all are enjoying the YouTube games. Why is Arena spelled like that? It is spelled like that because Arena in this tournament has the classic 1,800 HP walls. See, back in the day, when they nerfed wall HP for slinging, it also changed Arena entirely as a map and opened up all these tower rushes and stuff. And I wanted classic Arena, and I decided to spell it with an I, so that people just like you did would ask why it's spelled like that, and realize before they play the games that the walls have more HP, so they don't plan trushing strategies to find out that they can't trush. So my plan is working. Plan is working. Alright. So I think that was a long game, so I'm going to have a bit of a longer ad in between the games. For on Twitch, if you want to move over to YouTube and see the in-between game, nothing that you'll be missing, that's an option for you. It's not John Slow's pronunciation. It was back in the day we modded the walls to have more HP, so we added the a different map option. And you couldn't have maps with the same names. I guess you probably still can't. So, or maybe you can. I don't know how DE handles that. But we renamed it for clarity. And I think it helps this tournament too to have that type of clarity. So that will be a game. Let me go mark that as a... Scorpions are down. Yep, I'm just going to mark that as a good arena game. And upload to YouTube. So I've usually when I just upload like gameplay, the videos don't do as well on YouTube. So I don't know how much I go for just uploading games from the tournament. We'll see though. I'll try to intersperse it with more YouTube content, but it's going to be hard for me to find time to edit. And ideally, I finish a pacifist video during this month in time for the finals, but we'll see. That is, I think, an ambitious goal. So after this set, we do have another set being played today. We have another set being played. And we'll cast that too. YouTube algorithm is a black box. It is. Maybe I gotta do shorts. I do have a short that's getting a ton of comments on it because I years ago I made a short just for the fun of it about pathfinding back when they first came out and were extra OP, and it was extra OP. That thing has over 100k views. Actually, can I still see it? Do I have stats for this? Yeah, my improved pathfinding short has 137,000 views, and my Tetris short has 60,000 views. Maybe that's... I guess short views are not worth anywhere near as much as a video view. But these are... Those are two hilariously well-performing videos. Okay, so we should have the players. They are in the lobby. Oh, they didn't enable spectators. Where's my admin? Tell them to enable spectators. Oh, do they swap hosts and not enable spectators? They're playing Chicken Arabia. I didn't even see that on the map. Where is Petito? Is Petito here? Is our base here still? I'll message Petito and have him deal with that. I don't have my Skype to message Spaden right now like I did years ago. So much easier to go back and listen to the explanation. Yep. Rewinding on YouTube is much easier. You can rewind on Twitch if you if you manually type videos into the URL. Watch on the iPad app, and there's no hope for us. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so we now are going to be playing for the first time, Chicken Arabia, and I see Niaz is hosting Deathmatch on TC2 Spiral V1. Those are settings that will not work. Alright, so they're back and they have specs enabled. Hopefully this works. Use YouTube for sleep podcasts on one device and your regular viewing on the other, and the algo is so confused, plus it's been going a little extra nuts the last few months. I actually turned my browse history off, so the YouTube algorithm must be extra confused for me. Yeah, the Twitch app is weird when they updated it. At least for Android, I don't know what it's like on iOS. I've heard lots of people complain about it. Go, Beery. Lots of Beery fans. Alright, they have launched indeed. Yes, we'll have another minute. And oh boy, we're gonna see the Shu. Shu and Khmer against Chinese and Franks. So very classic Arabia civs for GG out in Spaden. Shu and Khmer. I gotta open up my tech tree and see what the Shu do. Shu, this is the lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood. The archery unit technologies at the range and blacksmith are discounted. Siege weapons move faster. They have the white feather guards. They have the unique techs for the spearman line. Gain additional HP when near each other. Oh, they get the Manaspa tech. The bolt magazine. The archer line shoots additional projectiles. Then they have the old Magira's bonus of +2 line of sight for foot archers. Okay, so an archer save for the Shu. How strong is their eco bonus? I don't know. We'll find out. And hello, AFL War Daddy. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Chicken Arabia. And sorry, that was black for a second as I swapped, but there we go. Reset the score. And welcome to Chicken Arabia. I hope you like the pasture terrain. I tried to make this Arabia look pretty. So Chicken Arabia, I guess Arabia very much is not in China, but it's the standard map, so I made it Chinese themed in honor of the DLC for this tournament. And we are going to have, still confused by the new civs, I am too. Who made this texture? Sobek doesn't like the texture, oh no. Trirem told me to use the texture, and I am blaming Trirem for this. So we'll have GG out playing as the Chinese to the west, along with Spaden to the south. It'll be Chinese and Franks, so AOK civs for our Swedish team. They will be against Sobek in the green, playing as the Khmer, as the Scout civ, and Beery in the blue as the Shu, the blue Shu. We'll be adding in archers. And we will be generating food in addition to wood. So do you still do the same 2-vil on wood build that you do with most civs if you're playing as the Shu, or do you try to do something else? I don't know. The Khitan is so broken that I can boost player elo by 100 to 200. I have seen they're broken. Oh, hello, Denyus Gaming. I am reading the YouTube chat. I'll probably be a bit slower in seeing it than Twitch, just because I have 2 chats open. And there's more activity in the Twitch chat, but I am reading YouTube, yes. New civs, you know them by color. You know them by color. Probably from the campaigns. I guess I don't think players pick campaign accurate colors though. Even the trees and textures of the DLC are eye-gouging. Some of the trees are nice, some of them are weird. If people don't like this texture, I can always just remove it. It's supposed to be a step-themed map, but... Good, Benji likes it. The Panda Rock comes with the DLC. Now, it depends how you feel about the castles and the monk skins, or the unique unit upgrades. I'm kind of mixed about them. Some of them are nice, some of them are a bit confusing. Maybe I just gotta get used to them. And okay, the scouts, going to find the vills on the chickens, going to find the vills on the chickens. And so Chicken Arabia, you can plan strats like this. These vills do not yet have loom. Spaden probably, has Spaden never played a game with chickens before? I don't know. His time was definitely before the chickens. Has he played a game with Alcatraz where he can protect the vills? I don't know. But even loomless vills defend themselves from the scouts, and as loom comes in, Spaden will just move one vill back to the town center. You think the visual updates are amazing. Some people really like them, some people hate them, some people are mixed. There's a variety of opinions. And hello, Langxander. So I'll get feedback about this texture. If people don't like it, I can remove it, but I think we're gonna get mixed feedback. The thing I stopped doing the map lighting. I turned off all map lighting. I didn't want someone accidentally to have that on and then see a nighttime map. You have both streams open. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, hello there. And hello, Alexander L on YouTube. Guten Tag from YouTube. Different names. So everyone up to feudal. We'll have your standard up timings here. The only player with more vills is GG out as the Chinese. He'll be adding in a barracks at the front and undoubtedly going for 2 ranges. Has a safe gold in the back, so very nice map for GG out, I'd say. Spaden's map as the scout player, very exposed chickens. The lead graphic is too bold, not subtle. Okay. 20 pop is not standard these days. 20 pop for the Chinese, that's non-standard. That's up. Still faster than the other civs. Oh, you say 20 pop total? You think what, 18 is faster than that? Or is it because of the chickens? You go slower. I don't know. This is Chicken Arabia. We get to see chickens in the team games. I thought it would be nice to have it consistent. Yep, that's you on YouTube. And now I took that. The Langxander now is some type of rearranging of the letters of Alexander. Now I see it. I'll see them tweak the animation skins over time. That could be nice. Find the ones that are a bit harder to see and tweak them. Remember when Wallachians? I wonder when Wallachians we added as a civ. I'm still just waiting for my Byzantine campaign. So scout goes down. More scouts run around. I look to catch the scout on the top of the hill. Albanians? Where are my North American civs? My Mississippians? Or my Haudenosaunee? Bari doesn't count as a Byzantine campaign. So, ooh, gate for Sobek, but his Vil is caught on the wrong side, and that gate has 12 HP. A Spaden going to pick off the Vil, and actually this gate will go up in time to keep the scouts out. Not able to Alcatraz that Vil, but Spaden does pick it off. So HP on the Frank scouts coming in useful for Spaden. And Sobek needs to lock that gate under construction. Most of my chat is German. There are definitely a lot of German viewers. If I stream during the day versus the evening, the proportion of Germans to Americans probably changes. We will someday do Teutonic Tuesdays, though. And try out some German streams. Over Blacksmith going up for Spaden. And Town Watch on the way for Sobek. Wheelbarrow for Spaden. Okay, doing Wheelbarrow. Not that many farms for Wheelbarrow. A Blacksmith Wheelbarrow. Always tricky to play the Franks in the 2v2s because you don't want to engage heavy and feudal without bloodlines. And you need to get the knights. Endure Thursdays? Don't think that works. So archers from Beery coming in, finding the Tower of GG out on the gold. But GG out should be able to defend that. Move to the back and pick off some archers. And scouts will come over and help double team. So Vil count's still pretty similar between the teams. And GG out should have a nice eco as the Chinese, still pumping out from double ranges. Spaden with a spear, able to defend at the front. He did take his berries already, or his chickens already. So I guess in the team game you want to mill the chickens first, so that you can take them readily and then have your berries left over for feudal. Will be interesting to see throughout the tournament how the archer players decide to mill the chickens. I set it up so that the chickens are just on the edge of the line of sight. So you should see the group of chickens at the start, but it's still kind of far from the TC to the point where it's tricky to wall depending on the woodline setup. You will have some good maps or bad maps with 4 chickens or bad chickens, but that's about it. And DSL Mago, thank you for the follow. So, Scout's still running around for Sobek. I wonder if he wins if Bloodlines and Arbor comes in against those archers. And Miziut WD, thank you for the follow. I'm not going to win with Spaden grouping up. That's for sure. Bloodlines on the way. Spaden Franks does not have Bloodlines as an option, so he will now be down in hit points 54 to 65. Does have the armor at the blacksmith, but now taking these late feudal fights becomes tricky for the Franks, and they need to buy time for Spaden to get up to the Castle Age and manage to get out knights. And El Babol, thank you for the follow. Petito telling me the game music is a little loud. Okay, I'll turn that down a tiny bit then. I haven't heard anyone else say that. Just turn that down slightly. You know, hoping for the Viper Jordan Tato streams. I'm waiting for the Hera Doubt streams. That's gonna be amazing. I think I'll put out a poll and ask people where Hera and Doubt will finish. Because it could be anywhere from getting swept in the first round to winning every single game and sweeping the finals. That is a team with a big question mark over where they could end up. Love 2v2, thanks for the tournament and the content. Well, thanks for watching. And okay, Sobek, his gold mine is being pressured. The scouts from Spaden and GG out are pushing in. They're pushing in the back. And we'll be taking out a villager. TC going to hit the scouts as the archers push in. Land Nomad 2015 was the OG map in... Yes, that's how Viper started playing. He just played Land Nomad. Although, now that this army is in, maybe it's going in a bit too deep. Everyone is up to the Castle Age, but this army at risk of being cleaned before Castle Age comes in. Sobek going to bring his scouts back, and now it's trapped. Trapped on a bit of a hill, but trapped either way. And the archers trying to trade. Fewer archers for GG out. They're being cleaned up. Spaden going to lose all of the scouts, and the army for Sweden will be cleaned. They've gotten themselves a 6-7 Vil lead as a team, but at the expense of now losing their army just as they're transitioning to the Castle Age. And now Crossbow will undoubtedly be on the way for Beery, as this team has taken a score lead as they pull ahead with a great fight. Spaden has a ton of wood. He is floating wood. As the Frank sees ready to plop down farms, I guess he's gonna know he's ready to go triple stable knights. Alright, triple stables. This is not S tier. It's not S tier, but it is A tier. We all know how Hera does in A tier events. Ooh, is there a hole there? Not quite. Crossbow's running around. Sobek is on a mission. Sobek, ooh, he wants to find some vills, but not gonna be able to hit the TC there. Ballistics on the way from Beery. That's where things start to get scary. He can micro this fight. He's down in numbers now. A small group of crossbows. He's split his army up, trying to hit wood lines. He's gonna run right into this army. With ballistics, does he actually win this fight? Oh, GG out going to just say, hey, I have ballistics on the way. I'm not gonna take that fight yet. I mean, he vastly outnumbered him. Maybe he could have just ran him down on the hill. Going to run away, and that's going to give Beery time to group his army up. Maybe Spaden could catch the crossbows, but still kind of tricky to fight if they're on a hill with ballistics. And Sobek even can bring the knights over. So now Darkseid has evened up the Vil count, still have a slight army lead. Yeah, that's the thing about Viper, right? He'd just rock up to in tournaments and do meme strats and win. Not all the time, but you'd see that sometimes. I've been loving the 2v2s. Every single game has been great. And Light Cav will come over to hit the crossbows. Them down on the front. We're going to have some more Xing. Crossbows and knights come forward. Safe gold thanks to the tower, but if enough knights come out, that won't be safe for much longer. And also oversaturated gold. GG out, not able to move to any other gold piles, as the crossbows and knights might try to engage on the hills. Still wait for Hera winning streak to end. I think a lot of people are looking for that. It's the big topic in tournaments these days. Yeah, Rage Forest is great, but we don't have, I think, as much variety in team games as we had on Voobly. Alright, so Knights and Crossbows looking to fight. Spaden trying to jump Beery from behind, but Beery finding the hill. At the same time, GG out is running to the side, trying to micro against the Knights of Sobek. Feels like both crossbow players are going to have their armies cleaned up, and that might leave Spaden with a few more Knights than Sobek has. Yeah, Beery had a ton of crossbows that all went down. Great fight from Spaden in Sweden, as they will come out on top. I felt like the numbers advantage might have been there for Darkseid, but just the Knights from Spaden were enough. And now all of a sudden Sweden has a Vil lead and a population lead from military. Knights from Sobek still running around. This is tiered as A tier. I don't know how that's decided, though. I really don't pay attention to tiers myself. And that's more Knights for Sobek. Maybe under the TC... I mean, more Knights for Spaden. Maybe under the TC, Sobek could take the fight. Now he's starting to get the numbers out. Upgrades similar. No bowsaw for a long time for Sweden. That has been in for Darkseid. ECL back? I think that's too big of a format with the way the calendar runs these days with too many different events for that to be successful. I think it would be great to have cartographers with like maybe 7 or so weeks if we get more funding for it. There's only so much that we can do in 3 weeks. Sweden pulling ahead in score now, up by 10 vills. Army numbers keep accumulating. And you will, if we go to Imp, we will have that awkward transition where it becomes Franks who can go straight for Paladins, and Khmer who can go Cavalier, and then maybe need to transition to Elephants. And it's a bit smoother to play for the Franks, especially if they can get Chivalry. And Beery trying to do a tower on his gold, doesn't get it up, had some nice micro there with the crossbows to dodge ballistics, and with the hill, I think wins a fight where he did not have the numbers. That was much better for Beery than it probably should have been. And he's going to defend himself now and give his team the score lead again. All of a sudden now his team has the military advantage, or at least they've cleared up that gap they had. And GG out. Did not take a good fight there. The micro from Beery prevailing. And he'll be able to tower that gold and start taking it. Oh, very nicely done from Beery. And you still have to account for the fact that the Khmer farmers are probably giving them a smoother economy than the Franks so far. Yeah, they get the free mill upgrades. But those Khmer farmers are just so efficient. Yeah, Archer mass is critical. Now both Archer players have kind of traded masses and given the advantage to Beery again. Lots of knights though from Spaden, and this is where Sobek needs to realize Spaden is not camping that hill and he's moving out to try to find the archers from Beery. So if Spaden is able to jump the archers on this hill, that army's going to die. What makes them not Chinese? What makes the Burgundians not Franks, or the Sicilians not Italians? And okay, while Spaden is going to move forward, Sobek is going to counterattack. He's going to find quite a few vills, and that's going to force Spaden to turn around. So that will save the army of Beery while also opening up Spaden for raids. He was not walled fully. And now his Vil is going to have to abandon the gold mine, and this is a great raid for Sobek. He might lose some knights, but he's horribly disrupting the eco from Spaden. All of a sudden, that Vil lead is going to disappear. As Spaden has to bring everything back and still has not been in time to take a fight. All the Vil's going to go down under the TC. All the Vil's going to go down. And all of a sudden, Darkside B is taking a huge villager lead, and they're hitting the Cav player. Spaden, not fully walled, was relying on the TCs and his army control. He probably had more knights, but at this point he's losing so much economy, down to 57 villagers. That's more than a lot of damage. Oh, that is more than a lot of damage. Down to 53 vills, and all of a sudden you're a Franks player, you're getting 30 minutes into the game, you're maybe thinking of how you're going to transition to the Imperial Age, but you have no eco to do that anymore, and at the same time Beery's winning another fight against GG out, and Darkside now pulling ahead in score. I think they've taken a huge lead in this game, all in the past 3 minutes. That decision from Sobek to raid Spaden when Spaden was not walled. If Spaden's fully walled, he can move his knights forward and clean the army from Beery. But because he wasn't, Sobek's able to do so much damage. And now, 40 villager lead for Darkside. Imp on the way for GG out. But he's going to have to get a lot of Arbalests really quickly, and his army has been cleared. He's down to 1 crossbow in a TC, training more. But all of a sudden, this push not letting up, unrelenting. That was a massacre that quickly snowballed. He'll start going down. Spaden, I guess his IKEA order didn't ship in time, and he didn't construct the walls. He's gonna try to get a house up. That'll be it. This is just staving off the inevitable at this point, I feel. Crossbow's taking out the Vils. And Imperial Age on the way. More knights hitting vills on the hill. More vills, Spaden under 50 vills. Oh, Spaden falling apart. GG out up to Imp, doing Arb Embracer, but the elephants are here. More Chimera elephants. Chonkers incoming. Chonkers incoming. And Spaden is not having a good day. Imp on the way for Beery. And it'll probably be GG when they see Beery hit Imp. At least GG out did manage to do Chem, Arb, and Bracer all at once. If they come in, he can maybe take a fight here. Beery just needs to run and wait for Imp. He's a minute away. And, well, they're not going to wait for that. They're going to call the GG. Spaden calling the GG as the Chunkers are on his town center. And Darkside goes up 2-1. But that was a very competitive game from Sweden. Remember, this is the basically in the Silver League, the second seed versus the second to last seed in the play-in. And that was a really competitive Arabia game that suddenly snowballed. Suddenly snowballed, sadly, for Sweden. And 169 kills for Sobek. Made the right decision to go forward with the Knights. I was really afraid that it was going to snowball in the other direction if Spaden cleaned Beery's Knights, but the timing worked out perfectly for Sobek. It was close till it wasn't. Now that's how Arabia can work sometimes. So that's 2-1 in favor of Darkside. They did win on Arabia. Our base, you need to update the draft so it says Chicken Arabia instead of just Arabia. Alright, there's our base. Still need to update the draft links. And then that was the Chinese and the Franks losing to the new Civs. Oh, they have the Wu at the back. I didn't even realize that. I saw the Shu. They have the Shu and the Khmer. Alright. And we'll look for them to get the lobby up and get to the next game started. Is there any difference from ladder DE Chicken Arabia? It's very similar, but it's my own Arabia script, not Trazini's script. And as I said that just as I played an ad, some of you didn't hear that. I played 30 seconds too many ads. Clicked the wrong button. GGLL still watching on YouTube. Nice to have people on YouTube. Even if it's not as many as Twitch, just to... You know, if we have like... If we get to like 200 viewers and we have 31 then additional on YouTube, that's more than a 10% boost. Woodlines are way smaller. Woodlines should be very similar. Canuck Woodline should be pretty similar to DE's Arabia. It's a buff because he's still not a good deer lore. They're in the lobby, and looks like they're playing Jungle Rumble. Okay, they're gonna save Canberra for the final map, but it looks like they're gonna play Jungle Rumble. Malay and Portuguese are great in 1v1 Canberra. I'd imagine they'd be good together as well. That's true. I have no idea what the Civ popularity is going to be for Canberra. Italians definitely for Dark Side. What their second Civ is, I don't know. Hindustanis or Poles or maybe even Celts. Oh, Celts for eating TCs. That random Teutons pick definitely is going to haunt them, I fear. You don't like the chickens? I'm fine with chickens as a new object if you balance maps around them. I really don't like the herdable chickens on Nomad. Those are awful. I'm not the biggest fan of chickens on Arabia, but I figured I might as well do it for this, just so we have something a bit different than all the other maps with deer. And it made at least consistently chickens, so we don't have the randomness of you might have a build that pushes deer. Okay, brackets are done. Our base is back. Yeah, on Arena they are awful. On Arena they are awful. I think they're a nice option if you use them properly for maps. But you have to use them properly. Yeah, Arena definitely did not need the chickens. Arena definitely should have deers to push. Alright, so just looking for a Spaden or another one of the Swedes to join the lobby. Buri and Sobek are there. We did reset the ad counter on Twitch. Lovely. And hello, Samido. Hello again. Add whales to Arabia, like AoE 3 style whales. I was hoping that we would get to see Spiral in that first set. I was looking forward to that. I was happy to see Forest Pond, though. I think that's a really tricky map. $1,200 food. In AoE 3, the whales are gold, so I guess they're similar to oysters in AoE 2. Okay, and ooh, we have a change in players. We have Bullet. Bullet is coming on for Sweden, so it'll be Buri and Sobek against Bullet and GG out. And playing on the East US server. Yeah, I guess that's the Argentina and Sweden definitely have the Atlantic between them. No great server for them. Must be a pretty laggy game. Alright, so they have launched. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And we'll get ready to go. There'll be Sicilians, Romans, Teutons, and Malay. Okay. I still need to debug the... This is where it gets tricky, because I also need to fix maps while also casting all the sets. I will need to debug the Valley of Kings issue. The weird lag. I don't know why it happens. Design space. Design space for like 13 civs originally. I thought we were okay through all the HD edition expansions, but DE feels like it's too many for me now. Okay, and it is time for the Rumble in the Jungle. I need to reset the scoreboard. So this is then Sweden. And it is... there we go. Alright, welcome to another game on Jungle Rumble. This time we'll have a substitution bullet coming in for Spaden. Sweden will be to the north. We'll have Bullet on the outside as the Romans, and Gigi out on the inside as the Malay. On the other side, we'll have Sobek on the outside as the Teutons, and Biri on the inside as the Sicilians. Now, unlike Arena with an I, this has standard 1080 HP walls, and that can make walling the sides very tricky, as someone like the Teutons might be able to tower rush you and push through a stone wall. And if they get in, then all of a sudden your sling becomes a disaster. Already we have a Vil for Bullet going to wall. He has Loom on the way. Coming from AOC, Georgians and Armenians feel just as different as the new Chinese civs, and they all feel not too much different than the DEHD civs are to the AUK AOC civs. That is a long comment for me to parse. Okay, so Bullet. Is he gonna wall or is he gonna go forward? He might be going forward. He is Xing. Okay, he's gonna wall. But then he'll have the... Where's he gonna go? Okay, he's not gonna wall too far. Okay, leave the relic there. Straighten out the wall. And we'll see another wall on the side from Bullet. Also, both players putting lumber camps on the nearby wood. They are not going to the middle and not attempting to chop through. They are taking, indeed, the nearby wood. And we'll have this Vil maybe looking to be on the outside. You could also lumber camp with the Vils you go forward to wall with. And maybe one option is to lumber camp the backside of your pocket space. Is this a pocket? Should I call it a pocket? Lumber camp the back of the inside player's base. And then you have room to chop towards each other and create a gap more quickly. And if you're building the wall here, maybe you're preventing the trushes a bit. Makes way more sense as a 2v2 instead of 1v1 with 2 TCs. Yeah, two players with very different roles. Very different roles indeed. And it's something pretty new for 2v2, so I think it's going to be a popular one. And And here comes Beery, and he is going to do a donjon rush. Remember, you can start the construction of the donjons in the Dark Age now. So if he gets there, that's what he'll be doing. The Crocodile going to fight the Vills, but that actually slows them down just enough so that they're not spotted by the Scout. And now the Scout's going to run away. Now this might be a situation where he sees the deer being pushed and he knows it's there. Alright, well he'll see it now anyway. So GG Out going to have a donjon right on his face. And there is no stone on the inside, so any follow-up from the donjon rush has to be using either the market or getting a sling from your outside player. The map only has 5 stones in the corners, and there are no other stones on the map. Did I consider using Enemy Archipelago? I did, yes, actually. The other people didn't seem to like it as much. I was considering giving Enemy Archipelago the 4 Seasons treatment and having it be like a 1v1 against each player on the other team on your own island. But I figured that might be a bit too much with already having 4 seasons. And Sumatra kind of fits that bill. Somewhat, at least. So wall defense against the donjon. 5 vills forward. And Beery's still looking to break on through. Feudal for GG Out. And remember, you get 1 defensive tower. And that's it. Are there any Finnish team? Valis signed up? Valessa and the Max, and presumably also Rubenstock. I don't think they signed up. And it's because the finals, unfortunately we can't change the date we were given, but that weekend is the same as Midsummer. And they were not able to work around that. So they wanted to sign up, but unfortunately just the schedule didn't work out in their favor. So another market going up for GG Out. As this wall is knocked down. And Bill's going to go do the outpost. More walls going up. As the Bills get peppered with arrows. And we'll have a blacksmith for GG Out as he continues trying to hold this. And now Castle Age on the way for Sobek, so he's not just going to go feudal and sling. Market on the way for Bullet. There are no walls from Sobek. He's just keeping track of this edge with his scout. Bullet clicking up, so not going to be a sling. Not going to be a sling strat today. Maybe that's just Nocturna who really likes the sling strats. Okay. More interesting gameplay then. If you're on the outside, you can always do stuff like tower the woodline or get archers on the woodline behind the player in the middle and be annoying to them. I have walls from Sobek on the right. And Castle Age sling for coinage. That could also be a thing. You have much worse timing on it than the feudal sling, but coinage will make it significantly more efficient. And there's Sobek up to castle. And the wall will go down. Yes, it will. There's a ton of arena on the ladder, but he's used to defending from trushes. Well, it looks like he is. Another donjon as Beery buys stone. As DS Beery buys stone. And we'll have mangonels coming out potentially from the workshop. What exactly is the plan for Beery? Donjons, I guess? Donjons in the feudal age won't hold up to mangonels. If he can get to the castle age then and get enough Vils garrison, then maybe. He has the range behind it, so this will be sort of a Vinch-styled trush. Oh, the pathing, the archers. Nilly. Oh. I can't wait for the pathfinding fix that's supposed to come out. I've heard it's supposed to be sometime soon, but not in time for those archers to get inside. Yeah, vintage trush without stone, so mangonel's on the way. You're not going to shoot extra arrows from the donjon until you get up. Is he just going to wait? Is he going to destroy the TCU with the donjon? That's not a thing. Oh, there is coinage. There is coinage. So we are getting the Castle Age Sling from bullets. Whoever said Castle Age Sling, you guessed correctly. Meanwhile, the Teutons. Is this just going to be a Teuton boom and carry from Sobek? I mean, we could be seeing teams do very different strategies on this map. So far, no one pushing the sides. I thought maybe that's what the Teuton Towers were, to push the sides. Nearly holding back the patch with both hands to benefit with early mango play. I love how, yeah, exactly. I feel like the 2v2 maps, there's a lot more room for creativity than 1v1s. And we didn't go all out with crazy, oh, pathing on the mangonels. We didn't go all out with crazy maps. And we do have some crazy ones, but then we also have like Arabia, Arena, Nomad, BF, Islands, Mediterranean, Regicide Fortress, African Clearing. So you also some standard maps in there too. So Peck, so bang, so good. Ooh, Mangonel's going for the donjon. Sling continues towards GG out. And Vils, ooh, that donjon's not gonna go up. Double Mangonels get there in time. Is it more expensive to repair them compared to towers? Every building is half of its cost to get from 1 HP to full HP. So it would just be the cost to HP ratio that determines that. So at different points when you have different HP values, like Dark Age versus Feudal versus Castle, you might have different answers to that question. Macro, be nice to Sobek. Oh, did he not delete the foundation? That is horrible if you don't have the stone to do another one. Ozone, be nice to Turs. So far I'm going up for GG out at the front under that castle. Well, I guess that's safe. Trying to do Karambit Warriors now. And Castle Age for Beery, while Imperial Age is coming in for GG out. And it's gonna have to be Sobek carrying now, as he has 1, 2, 3, 4 TCs. But the Malay player is getting slung. Do Malay? How do they do against Teutons, though? Part of me feels like they just died to Teutons. Like, imagine how many Karambit Warriors a Teutonic Knight's gonna kill. Especially with those new horn graphics he has on the top of his helmet. Or wherever they're called. Chat, be nice to each other. No, don't make me turn Twitch chat off and go to YouTube. So there is Imp from our Malay player, a sling into Imp. And Beery might be dead, but at the same time, Sobek has 73 villagers. And he is almost chopped through to the middle. He needs 2 more trees to make it there. I think he's microing this and maybe has a line chopped to go to the middle. Maybe he'll try to get 1 more tree out for better pathing. Shirtless Karambits are prettier. It might get you banned on Twitch, though. Yep, he's going for it. He's going straight to the middle. He's reassigning the vills and jiggling them around to get access to the tree. And he might be about to Omega carry. You're right, against the Karambit Warriors, because GG out right now is completely unaware of the danger looming in the darkness over here. He has not scouted that part of the map, and as he is encroaching upon Beery, Beery at least has made it to the Castle Age, so he has stone walls with proper 1,800 HP. He's doing a secondary set of house walls, and trying to chop to the outside. He's only 3 houses away from getting to the outside. If he gets to the outside, he at least can run, but that's going to be a big if with the castle coming up. And Sobek still castle, not quite boomed yet, but doing the university. And if he does a monastery, then we see he's thinking of going up. He's almost through to the middle. Is there a world where Beery runs by slipping out this side and just getting to the hole that was cut? Siege. Oh, the siege tower for GG out. That would be nice. You just hop over the walls and get to the houses. Ooh, you can actually hop into the eco over here. That's still not walled. That would have won with style. That would have had some style to it indeed. If only we was Italians and not Romans. Yeah, siege tower condos. I'm looking for a Vil to just wall himself in that little hole there. We see Teutonic Tuesday nights on Teutonic Tuesday. Ooh, you're right. It'll be the green Teutonic nights. So not the classic Barbarossa color. But I guess if you're colorblind, maybe they look red. On the other hand, though, we might not see Teutonic Knights, but we likely will see Teuton Knights, as we're getting stables and bloodlines, and I don't think that's for scouts. I think he's going to make a one-tile hole, 37 wood left on the tree, and then try to flood Knights into the middle. Some crossbows are out there, just hoovering. Why not? Treb's going for the TC as Beery is continuing to try to wall. Crossbows moving forward might disrupt the walling. Wants to do everything he can to stay safe and alive. He will lose the TC, but he is almost out. He might need Sobek to delete that house at some point so he can run. He's lost one TC, has another TC in the back. The Karambits still are not in, and he is running out of time to chop his way to freedom. He needs to have 3 Vils on this house that he needs to get Sobek to delete. But Sobek is sending Vils to the middle. What is Sobek going to do while he is in the middle? He is up and he is doing a castle. Some crossbows outside to defend the Vils. And Bullet has Fat Slob walled. You're right, but now that the Teuton player is up, they could do Onager and cut. And okay, yeah, the house is deleted. The house is deleted. 21 wood left. And then Beery can run for freedom, and he can Fat Slob up over here. Already moving the Vils. Oh, the walls are down. The Karambits could be flooding in, but the Karambits are in the wrong spot. They're not running in through the house. Crossbow on the way, and we already have the house walls going up. As the Vils are free, they have just made it in time as they're being chased by crossbows on the other side. They've cut their way to freedom, and they will run. The crossbows will find a TC in some houses. But the base has been evacuated. Beery gets out just in time. And GG out will be trapped on the inside. They'll kill a couple of Vils with the crossbows. Well, no ballistics, so he actually... The Vils run, they'll actually be safe. Oh no, this Vil trapping our friends inside that wood line. The TCs will be down, but now it's time for the Teutonic carry. As Beery has just managed to get out, and he's escaped with 60 Vils, so right now this team in total has 200 Vils to 116 just about. Maybe a couple more die during the running process as another Vil will be walled in. He has a TC now, and he's ready to keep booming. He's in the castle age, he can add more TCs. And GG out. He is close to cutting out, but not quite there. Karambits will run into the Cavaliers. Paladin is on the way. That is 2 minutes away from being finished. Trebuchets are starting to besiege the castle. Along with a cannon, will this cav be enough to protect the Trebs from the fast and nimble and mobile Karambit warriors? For now, yes. Vil there to repair if needed. Paladin still on the way. Last furnace on the way. We're about to get fully upgraded Teuton Paladins. They're slow, but that might not matter. Now it is time for GG out to cut his way out. Teuton's just the best civ. Wait, wasn't this the civ they randomed too? Yeah, they randomed Teutons in the draft, and they might carry the game with them. So the sling strat not quite working out if that castle goes down. It's 25 Vils to repair the castle, and remember, he doesn't have stone. The stone has to come through a sling. Now, the sling does indeed have coinage, so it will be 10% tax. But that is a lot of vills. That's 25 vills against 3 trebs and a cannon. Paladin just about to finish, and as it finishes, it will find a TC in the middle of the map. The Paladin's charging in. The army finding the crossbows and the mangonel, and this will be devastating for GG out. Sobek has an insane score after the boom. And I think the Paladins are going to carry. The sling continuing, but the Malay player not able to kill Beery fast enough. As the walls start going down and the market will go down. And now GG out will be flooded by Paladins. Can the Paladins make it to the woodline in time? There is a gap of, I think, 2 trees left, but there are the GGs. As GG out will call the GG, and Darkside B will advance. Behind the 1-tile wall chop from Sobek. Absolutely calculated. The outside, maybe the outside players are the pockets. Maybe the inside players are the pockets. I don't know. Well, they attempted to sling, and the sling killed Beery, but not quite fast enough. As then a 1 TC sling to the Malay will die to the boomed Teutons. Alright, the 2 games I've seen on this map have been incredible so far. Even the 3rd game, and then that show match. That was a masterpiece. And also hello still to everyone on YouTube. Hello, Fredo. Let me see what we have going on. 2 minutes, I'll give you Rex. All right. So I will take a quick break before the next set. We're going to cast it. It happened, I think, simultaneously as this one. So I will take a break and then we'll cast the Rex of it. Let me just get the scoreboard checked off here. As the random Teutons prevail along with the Sicilians over the Malay, the very first picked Malay Civ. And the... Well, what Civ was even doing the sling there? The Romans. Romans interesting Civ, sling Civ with their eco. These maps are delightful. I hope you all love the maps, as I have been enjoying them so far. So I'm going to take a quick break myself, as we're going to cast the next set. We'll have Rex. I'll update the title when I... Actually, I can update the title now. I'll just take the drafts off. Remind myself, check our schedule of what we have here. And it is... Oh, it is OS Plus versus Kroks might carry. And thank you, Imperial Elite, for the follow. Again, if we hit 15,000 followers, I will be increasing the prize pool. So I appreciate all of the support. I should update the title on YouTube as well. And let me just get an ad rolling on Twitch to get rid of the pre-rolls, and I'll be back shortly. All right, I'm back. Thank you everyone for still tuning in. And let's see, Petito has some Rex to send me. And there we are, we have a map draft. And also a Civ draft. Alright, and do we have the Rex? Oh, we do. Wonderful. You download those. Potentially dangerous download. Discord warning us that Rex might be dangerous. What type of secrets do these Rex contain? In a folder. Get capture age ready. Alright, so thank you everyone for tuning in. We're going to get started with our next set of the day. And it will be our final Silver League set. Let me take a look at the maps that we have. It will be Hamburger for game 1, let's go. Then Forest Pond and Zawal for OS. And African Clearing and Chicken Arabia for Kroks might carry. Where is, oh, that's what Arbase. Arbase, you need to update the draft so it says Chicken Arabia and not just Arabia. Yeah, that's a admin chat. So many chicken emotes I have. A hamburger? Yes. Hamburger, and thanks to Tito and Arbase for managing all the Rex and scheduling today. I think I'll probably be off tomorrow, but then for Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I think I'll just make a post about the schedule of all of the remaining Rex for the sets, and I'll cast all of them. My plan is to cast everything from Gold and Silver, and then as much from the Community League as I can. Alright, so without further ado, let's get into this. This should be game number 1. Thursday will be Jur Thursday. No, I'm not going to do the Cartographers casting in German, I think, but maybe the community leagues we could try if there are German teams there. Like if Nocturna C, who lost earlier, decides to play in a community league, we could try to cast them in German. And thank you, Back in Black, for the follow. And let's go see what we can do. These, I'm going to do one thing here as we get started and set up the scoreboard before we get in. So this is OS Plus versus OS Plus Kroks' team. So let me just set the title. Kroks might carry. Alright, there we go. Okay, here we go. This will be the OS clan. We saw the Nocturna clan matched against each other the other day. Now the OS clan has either the misfortune of knocking each other out or the fortune of knowing they're guaranteed to make it. And hello there, Turs. Crab, I said hello to you when you tagged Turs and I read Turs and you wrote emu and I said 3 things all at once. Hello, Crab, again. Ah, anyway. This is Hamburger, a bit different than DE's Hamburger because you have a bit more room on the sides and you don't have random pockets of water in the middle. Yeah, I know you never left. You didn't write in the chat for a while. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, players walling up on the sides. Von Dutch. So Von Dutch, I gotta give Von Dutch a shout out because as we were setting the signups up, before we even had the sign-up form released, he had made his own spreadsheets. He was messaging me, asking me questions about the sign-up formula. So he was keeping track of all of the sign-up progress of all the teams. He is definitely getting into it with the spreadsheets. So, hamburger, classic map. We made a small tweak to it in the first Cartographers that we just made it a bit smaller. We decreased the map size by 1 from 2v2 size to 3v3 size. I think it fits very well. The other difference is there are also hills on it. And some slight hills. I came up with a new way of generating it that let me put hills on it, so I did put hills on it. There's something I think even back in ECL. I think it was Trezini I was talking to back then. We didn't have a way of getting hills on it. Now we do. And there's a couple little bumpy hills here and there. Make it look a bit more interesting. The hamburger also becomes pizza slices in team games. Does it? No water hills. No water hills. I made sure not to have water hills. I know it becomes pizza slices in a free-for-all. I thought that teams were grouped together. Maybe not? Maybe. Wheel carts on this map seem really good. I think so too. Let me just tab over, make sure I got my YouTube chat to look at too. Not gonna forget about you on YouTube. What's the rating of these players? Are these qualifiers? This is a play-in for the Silver League. So the winner plays in the Silver League. It'll be a single elimination tournament. And the loser can have an option to play in community leagues. Gotta fix his mouse fast. Well, that was really fast because these are wrecks and we didn't see the pause. Yeah, exactly. That's why you do the mule carts on this map, because you tower the middle and then run away. So what are the ratings of these players? These are low to mid 2K 1v1s, I think. Probably like 2K2-ish on skill. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong about that. As I said, this is the Silver League. So not quite the top teams, but still very good players. And we've had a lot of very good teams that didn't even make it to the play-in for the Silver League. We had far more interest in signups in this than I thought we would, especially with Warlords going on right before it. So if we're going to do this again, I think we need a format that'll accommodate more teams. My goal was to keep the single elimination format, while also having a format where teams don't just play one set, get eliminated, and that's it, because I know a lot of people are excited for a team game format. And I think we have accomplished that, but also the seeding is very tricky for team game tournaments because there isn't a reliable team game ladder. And I think I would have liked a bigger qualifier process. We're limited to running it in 3 weeks, though, so we're doing what we can with the time. Apart from Rage Forest. Yeah, I mean, Mem did the Nations Cup last year. But that was also a very top player-oriented tournament, and it didn't have the whole community aspect that I'm trying to do with this one with all the community leagues. Alright, so Blade and Kroks. Koreans and Japanese. So the two good tower civs against Armenians and Georgians, the two mule cart civs that can run away with their mule carts. And that is exactly what we're seeing as Von Dutch says, huh, you tower my wood line, I'll just go over here. And Japanese, of course, don't really have a tower bonus until they get Yasama, but at least they do have the bonus that their lumber camps are cheaper, so if they do get counter-trushed, they can run away quite easily as well. Also on the water, remember, turtle ships have gotten nerfed quite heavily in the patch. They're just kind of bad now. They used to be really good in the early Castle Age, picking off fires, but now they're just, yeah. They shoot lots of projectiles that don't do any damage, instead of one projectile that did a lot of damage. So Town Watch on the way for the Kroks. And another tower going up for Blade, so he continues towering the wood line. If you tower the entire wood line, then the mule carts have nowhere to run. But the good thing about the mule carts is you can load them onto transport ships and run to the outside with you. So you actually can pack up your lumber camp and bring it to the outside if you want. Turtles is their death animation. I saw the elite turtles were redesigned too. They have like some painting on them. I haven't seen that used in a game though. I don't know if I'm ever gonna see Elite Turtle used in a game, unless we do it manually. But I hope we do. Maybe this will be it, if Blade is daring enough for it. So Mulecar can be chopping the wood line, as we have a red crown crane flying by. Galleys taking each other out on the water on the side. Are Elite Turtles with Shinkchan any good? I have no idea. Host a DM tournament and we'll see Elite Turtles. Will we still? So it will be Galley Micro, not going for fires, even though the water is kind of thin. I guess the docks are far enough apart, and you can run away well enough that they're going for just galleys, but Kroks is going to get through. He'll get through and snipe the fishing ships off from Von Dutch. Georgians player on water and the Armenians player on towers and land. Well, the Armenians player is on water as well. And Blade going for the fires. Koreans going for fires instead of galleys. Now that's interesting. I guess the one thing is that they don't have demos to counter fires themselves, so maybe it could be weak to fires. But they do have a weakness against demos now if AKA Tep backwards will make some demos now. That could be effective against all those fires. Krok's trying to run around, see if he can snipe more fish. Only 3 fishing ships there. Might just run them into a sandwich and try to destroy the fish. Are players moving to the outside yet? I don't see any transports from anyone yet. Just AKA is fine. Now, well, AKA going to be managing to snipe off a few fires as they run away. Galley's picking them off. So AKA buying some food. Yeah, thinking about going up. Almost up with that economy. I guess the same thing could be said for Blade. Blade's not too far away either. But fast uptime here. AKA clicking up already around 15 minutes. Oh, hello, Shikso. Yeah, Shikso's team managed to sneak into the Silver League as the final seed. And Kroks made a dive to snipe off fishing ships, but in doing so, he sacrificed his galley numbers. And now Blade has to fight 1v2 on water with fire galleys? And that feels very bad against this number of galleys. 7, 13, even more. They can snipe off docks and they can snipe off fires now with some micro. We didn't want to grind team games. And oh, finally a transport, finally a transport. Oh, and you can put 20 vills on the transport now. You can just go to the outside. Okay. So transport for Kroks. He actually still has a good number of galleys left, but just isn't forward with them. His team's fishing is being disrupted. At least he did destroy all the fishing ships of Von Dutch, our yellow player. And the villas will head over to the bamboo, see if there's something they can chop. And actually, Blade has almost chopped his way through. Is it good or bad to chop through? We have War Galley and Bodkin Arrow on the way for AKA. And, well, the galley's going to be forced back. If Blade gets up and does fire, a fire ship, maybe he could push this. That's true. Japanese cav archers could go through the middle. Now they have guard towers, so it's not like anything can rush back easily against them. But is the war galley going to be in time? AKA was chasing from the rear. These fires will have to run, and looks like they're not going to be able to do anything. So basically all the fishing ships now are dead, aside from 9 that are working for AKA. So AKA is going to look to carry and start getting a boom on the outside. I guess the hills might make it a bit tricky to place TCs on the outside, but you should always be able to find a spot. There's not too many hills. I wish I could control their distribution a bit better, make them a bit more evenly spaced out, but not much I can do about that. And he is very finicky with its placing of hills. And so dock here, going to be taken out by all these ships. If they decide to, he's microing back. Yeah, maybe I'm just gonna leave the dock up then. Okay. And vills around the mill. Lots of stone being gathered by AKA. Also doing careening for extra armor. And he's finally gonna lose the fish, maybe. Okay, that can hurt if you commit to a fish boom and then lose the fish. Dutch still defending. He has to run around. Looks like he'll get away, at least from the moment, from Kroks. Score's still really close between the teams. Those fish staying alive accounts for the Vil difference. We'll have an outside lumber camp from Kroks, as AKA will try to find him. And okay, castle drop from Blade. Right on the stone of AKA. AKA can react with his own castle. There'll be a 1-tile gap between them. And who has more villagers? 24 to 22. I think Blade gets this up first. Tep backwards, gonna use the mule carts to stop the Vils from running away. But this castle goes up, double kill. Another Vil goes down. That'll be 5 Vils? 6 Vils going down? Okay, now that's gonna make up for the fishing ships. Well, these Vils run away properly. And it's petard time, both players insta-petards. This castle's garrisoned, though, for AKA, so lots of idle time, but he will win the fight because of the garrison. And you also have the option, when you have this 1-tile gap, that you can place the Vils right in between and repair, because murder holes won't hit there. But oh, now we have another castle drop from Von Dutch, and this is why I picked Hamburg, because this map will be crazy, and it's going to clear probably two or three towers and a castle. Let's see what that can hit. I can't. It's a. With Bodkin, it'll definitely clear this tower. It'll clear that in the TC, and maybe with Bodkin we'll hit that. I think it might just be short. Okay, now this is the castle drop gameplay we want to see on Hamburger. This castle's going down. Blade's still investing into petards because he has a ram. The ram is garrisoned with Vils. Workshop is up and more rams are on the way. If there's somehow he can use the ram maybe for cover and repair his own castle, that could be nice. He's gonna start putting the Vils on the inside. That'll distract the castle fire a bit. Yeah, he can't repair. He needs to just garrison. And then, yeah, he's exactly that. Repair from the middle. Repair from the middle. That's how this works. All the petards bust out at once. And the castles are really close to going down. Both of them. The ram is in. And AKA trying to repair. He also is in the middle repairing. The Vils on the outsides both are being sniped off. These Vils somehow got around the back of the castle to attack it. That's a thing, I guess. The Vils on the back there get picked off. And more repairs coming in a bit for AKA. Where is the murder holes we need? Another ram on the way for Blade. We will have a Manaspa for Von Dutch. And that will run in between and stop the Vils from repairing the castle. Stop the Vils from repairing, and no more repair Vils for Blade. But both players doing petards again. They've gotten a decent amount of HP, but with the Manaspa there, the ram can't engage. On the outside, oh, looks like the TC from Kroks is going to be denied by AKA. Can't get that TC up. Denied from the water. Both are coming in for the Kroks. I guess there are too many trees in the middle. He needs to chop them faster. But these castles have been a show of dominance from, I guess, the OSA team. From the OS++ team, as Blade's castle will go down. Ram will start to ram it down. There we go, ram from AKA. And, well, Von Dutch, he is down in Vills compared to Blade. Kroks has a nice boom on the outside, this TC. He's on 1, 2, 3 TCs despite the 4th being denied, and he still is booming up. Look at that Vill count, 122 to 96. And castles might have been denied, but they just do a castle at home, hold on, and maybe find a way to get imp. Maybe find a way to start trebling this down. Okay. And they're still in the game despite that loss of a castle. Was a lot of idle time for AKA to spend the Vills in the castle fighting, and maybe that just let Kroks pull ahead. SA is the French version? Oh, you're right, there's another OS. There's another OS. OSB and OSC, I guess. Yeah, remember, Blade also got a lot of Vills on that castle. What's going on the outside? Okay, still some galleys running around. Ram and war wagons getting through the wall on the left and moving forward. It's past 11. You can't stop. And so Ram going for the market again. Manaspa's coming out of the castle in the middle. War wagons being trained from the castle from Blade. And these war wagons from Blade gonna start hoovering around the back of Red's eco. Red has a huge score lead, but that might be just water and scouting because he is down in Vills. And we have Imp first being clicked from Kroks. Although he's queued it up behind some Vills. Kroks, cancel your Vills, buddy. Cancel your Vills. You're gonna be a minute slower to Imp than you should be. Alright, eventually he'll get Imp. Eventually he'll get Imp. It's only 5 p.m. Only 5 p.m., not that late. Okay, these Vills enjoying some pathfinding, it would seem. What elo is this? Like 2k2. And okay, here comes the Mangonel to deny a castle. Mangonel and a ram and some Manaspas. You need to make sure you're hitting the Vills. Is this enough to stop the war wagons? Monk is there too. New Monk graphics. Waving his staff converts a wagon. And the ram is on the castle foundation, and now... Ooh, yeah, deletes the castle foundation. Deletes the castle foundation. Might ram down the blacksmith, but has to go back. Not going to get that up, even with all the war wagons. Just a bit too forward. So on the outside, AKA will add in another TC. But Imp and Trebuchets could be a threat from the Kroks, but he doesn't have a castle. The player who's Imp is the one who doesn't have a castle. That's a good bit of stone, though. As the Japanese, he doesn't have access to bombard cannons, if I remember my tech tree correctly. Nope, he does not. Does have siege engineers and potential for Catapuruto. Does a TC drop reach both the TC and the middle wood line? If you were to like douche in the Dark Age, maybe if you put it in the right spot. I think it'd be kind of tricky. Maybe it depends on the map and the woodline orientation. I've not tried it. And hello, Marito. How are you doing? We had a really good arena game earlier. You almost had 2 players get defeated. So the docks from Kroks will go down, and there is the middle castle. The middle castle, at the same time, Manaspas are hovering around trying to stop the castle from going up. War wagons to defend, but that's still a good number of Manaspas. And the Vills from Kroks will be going down. So Kroks now, actually, he had a lot of Vills earlier. The fewest in the game, as this is a doubt castle from Kroks. A doubt castle in his own base. All the Manaspa. They're doing so much damage, only 4 Vills left. And, well, he's Imp. He still has to do Trebs. He's got no choice but to Treb now. The docks from Kroks. The docks from Kroks going down. He's trying to do War Galley, too. Oh, he's trying to do so much. After losing all those Vills, can he do all of this? If only they had a player who could make turtle ships, and if only turtle ships were good. To hire a samurai, I think he needs to construct some trebuchets first. Yeah, the water is too wide for a dock block. I didn't ensure that. The new turtles are bad. If you haven't seen them, count yourself lucky. In the north, ooh, that TC. Or not the initial one, but a later one. Eventually went up, this time far enough away that the galleys will not threaten it. Still threaten a Vil, though, as the scout picks him off. Treb's working on this castle still. Need to buff turtles always? Yes. Always buff the turtle ships. Oh, and Sir Baron, thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a lovely stream. And Cheeseman. Hello, Cheeseman. Didn't the patch notes say they're better against galleys? Well, the thing is, they're worse against fires, and that was the only place you used them before. Koreans don't have demos, so they needed an answer to fires. They don't need an answer to galleys. Hello, Imperion. He did not have a lovely stream? Well, then, I hope he has a lovely evening with his puppy. I've seen lots of puppy photos. Apparently, she's going through a phase where she's eating shoes. Is salt coming out of his ears? At least he'll be able to store his food longer. So Cataparuto on the way for the Kroks as he trebs down a castle. Look at that destruction animation. Look at that rubble. I think they tried to do some type of 3D thing where it falls in a heap instead of just flat on the ground. Kind of distracting to me. Does have a nice little like door or arc poking up there with some boxes. The rest of the thing doesn't have boxes. Those boxes just stand out to me. Anyway, the Trebs continue smashing down castles. Doesn't sound sanitary. Maybe it's not. If Baron's just gonna store his own food, maybe it's okay. Yeah, and this set was played simultaneously with the previous one, so we are going through the Rex. So we have more Trebs taking out the castles. The Manaspa's trying to stop the Rams, though. Rams trying to stop the Rams. I think the castle goes down to the Trebs regardless. But that's now 3 castles down, and another forward castle from Blade. And when it looked like the OS Plus, the legit OS Plus B team had taken the water, the Kroks' team is coming back and carrying on the land. Kroks' eco has been great. They stopped that castle, but at a great cost. And now, ooh, the war wagon has to get off the foundation. There it goes. All of the middle, the meat and the bun will be taken by Kroks and Blade. So Kroks might carry seems to be a yes for game 1. Ooh, if only those were demos. But the fire ship's finding the Vils, aka has nowhere to run now. He has to just get burned. Kroks making his burger well done. As the war wagon's getting in on the gold too from Von Dutch. Oh no! AKA, right click the gold maybe? I don't think that's what he meant to do. But those Vils all gonna die. There's another castle, that one right on Von Dutch's face, or whatever's left of his face. Vil's trying to fight Trebs underneath the castle. That's not going to end well. 56 Vils now for AKA. And this is a solid game for Kroks and Blade. How can they win? Maybe Kroks... Maybe his back goes out and he can't carry anymore? So Imp on the way for Blade. Oh no, these Vils. What are they going to do? Run into the towers? Where are they going? They have no room. Oh, Von Dutch going to lose a whole bunch of Vils now. Oh, coincident. Hello, coincident. As these Vils run under the towers. And they're all taken out. Can't be Kroks getting tired. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty well, coincident. Hope you're doing well too. Hope you're enjoying the post-Okuplock successful lifestyle. There's a lot of cavalry will be running along the coast. They're just gonna run straight into war wagons. Oh, that was one heck of a drop-off. And now this team being cornered. Just arrived, looks like Kroks might carry. Looks like he did carry. The extra garrison capacity of those transport ships coming in clutch for the war wagons. Oh, he didn't even drop off, went back for the other wagons. There's the GG. And Kroks might carry, pulling the upset against his clanmates. In game number 1, how did they all fit into that ship? I don't know. Is the war wagon like the unit with the biggest graphics that can fit inside of a transport ship? This is 2 horses and a carriage. This is bigger than an elephant, right? And GG. And Blade, 173 kills. I'll have 47k res for Kroks. And that imp timing for the Trebs controlling the middle, along with that economy, won the game. Is the Treb bigger? Do we have a size comparison we can look at? There is... Oh yeah, right here. I think this is bigger. I think this is big. Well, if the Treb is unpacked, it would be bigger, but it has to be packed to be on a trebuchet. It has to be packed to be on, or packed to be on the transport. All right, let me go back to the overlay. And get the next game set up. And let's see what we have here. It will be, let's get the scoreboard. It is a win for Kroks might carry. Go to the maps. His team won the first map of Hamburger. And that was a win for Japanese and Koreans over the mule cart civs of Armenians and Georgians. And next map looks like it will be Zawal. I'll just wait for the ad break to finish, and then we'll get into Zawal. Maybe 2 logic is the best. Yeah, your battering rams ram the air over the farms and they catch on fire. Nothing more logical than that. Would make Spock proud. And let me make sure I got the colors set up on the scoreboard so it's not red versus blue. So Kroks might carry has substituted players now for Zawal. Oh, thank you, Von Dutch, for the sub. Thank you for using your Prime. And game 2 is Zawal. We'll have I swap the overlay? There we go. So we will have Klobaska and Alza 0112. I don't know if the players have more well-known names, but a bit of a substitution for Kroks' team. His OS clanmates on the other side with Von Dutch and AKA will be playing on the same side. And the map is Zawal. So I think out of the fact that it is Zawal. Oh, and Kroks, thank you for using your Prime sub. Appreciate all the subs and the support. And I hope you guys have been enjoying the tournament. We have Zawal. So it is a neutral wall with the weird fact that you cannot attack it with villagers to break through. Villagers repair it. Even though it's a Gaia wall and doesn't belong to you, they still repair it, even though your units attack it. You have 3 relics on each side of the wall and some wolves guarding it. And you start very far away from it. But this can also be an extremely aggressive map with forward castle drops or siege workshop pushes through the wall. It can also be a very defensive map where you make a secondary layer of walls with your houses, as AKA looks to be starting here and go for a boom approach. Maybe it's a sling map where one team slings the others. I've seen Italian plus Goth slings. And then, of course, we have the Kumans here being played by Von Dutch, who can go for the 2 TC boom. So it'll be Kumans and Teutons here for OS+. And on the other side, Bohemians and Portuguese. So some insane civs for this map. The wall cuts way up to the corner. Oh yeah, that it does. And these are a nice little one line of trees here. This is set up by grouped by team and putting a 1 tile spacing distance between the teams. And then I place the wall on top of it. So this map originally came from Bazi, who also was the author of Jungle Rumble. So 2 amazing maps, I think, for this tournament from Bazi. And as it is just Zawal Dark Age, this is the great part about Rex. We can speed this up a bit. You still have deer on this, no chickens. Even though the patch did add chickens. That's the longest wall you've seen. Yeah, it doesn't just go to the corner, it then curves back a bit. This wall really wanted to go to as far as it could. So, Kuman Boom, second TC. Maybe a bit surprised he put it against the woodline and not against the stone. So he will need a mining camp for the stone, but maybe has a bit more space for farms. You know what? Oh, you know what you could do on this map since you're so close? You could do the Teuton farm sling. Oh, I don't know if you can still do that though, because farm stealing is broken in the patch. You've tried it a lot and not seen it. Okay. A market blacksmith on the way for AKA. Market blacksmith for everyone. So stone taken by Alza. I'll say Alza and Klabaska. I don't know what language that's supposed to come from, but I'll do my best to pronounce the names. And I wonder if we'll see the castle drop. With organ guns and Hussite wagons, I'd expect these 2 civs to be very aggressive. Very aggressive indeed. And, well, we're going to see some aggression maybe from AKA as the Teutons. I don't think we'll see Teutonic Knights. And, oh, I do not know what language that is, but that says he is up to the castle age. And we'll immediately be doing 2 TCs. Okay, so not a Hussite wagon push, just 2 TCs. And it'll be only the Portuguese player going forward for the castle drop. Alright, so triple monastery monks for the Teutons. And remember, Teutons do have conversion resistance, as we'll have the castle going up as the wolf goes down. Right on the wall. And I think once they break in, I'll go back to normal speed. Kuman player now needs to boom up. Blacksmith stable on the way. And we'll see how quickly Von Dutch can click up and potentially get stables for Step Lancers. It's sausage in Czech. Alza is Korean. Okay, so Alza would have hosted then, and that would have been Korean as a language. This is what's so lovely about having a Twitch chat. We get 200 plus people here who all speak different languages and can translate. Or at least tell us what the languages are. Alright, so the organ guns are through. The organ guns are through. AKA will just get away with that relic in the nick of time. And he will collect all 3 relics on his side. The organ guns are pushing. Remember, they are siege, so monks do need redemption research. That's 475 gold in order to convert them. And we see the power of that Kuman Boom right now, 55 population. Monks do have redemption, that is expensive, but they will be going for the conversion. 0.85 speed, so the organ guns at least are fast enough to run away from those monks. Weird map, kind of bugged with the neutral walls on the top. I mean, it's not like it affects the game at all, so I don't think this is like anything we'd ever restart. I think it's just a silly spawn of Zawal. And Alza's outposting down here. If Alza goes to outside this area, he'd be in for a surprise. But 2 conversions coming on the organ guns, and a scout there is defending. And feels like the OS Plus team to the east is taking a nice advantage here with their boom, with their Kuman Boom. So beautiful monk defense from AKA. And what makes this especially difficult is it's far from the monasteries. It's not like he can keep the monks garrisoned. It's far from a TC. The monks have to be out and exposed, and he needs to keep the organ gun numbers down. But I think he's bought his Kuman teammate time to start pumping out the Step Lancers. References to OP check food also found in pockets of the US. In pockets of the US, really? Okay. I'll need to order some of that food then. If I'm gonna cast this game again. If those pockets include New Jersey. Central Texas, okay, then it probably doesn't. How can he carry when he's not playing? Just through coaching, maybe. Maybe through his sheer energy supporting his teammates. Oh, that is a lot of monks yelling at that scout to change sides. And deleted. So capped ram. Oh wait, Kuman capped rams in the Castle Age to punch through the walls. And the difficult thing about the wall is since it is a neutral wall, you do not get an attack notification, and you also don't have vision unless you build the outposts and see it. So great job by Alza to have line of sight of this. But here comes the ram push. Can I show the scouting? So neither team knows the extent of the wall to the north, if that's what you're interested in. But both teams scouted just about the same distance though, and it's walled off. So walled off on both sides to prevent cuts, but the cut will come on the inside. And oh, as this happens, the wolf is going for the villager. She's gonna try to run away, but the wolf will slow her down as the step lancers come in. More gates going up. Gate there to help protect the castle from rams as the step lancers pick off a monk, and this is looking very good for Von Dutch. Team only down by 11 vills, and they've stopped all of the pressure from the organ guns and essentially have 2 boomed players now. I guess 48 vills isn't really boomed, but they are pressuring, and we're going to have scale mail armor from the Bohemian player. And Bohemians do have really good pikemen. They have extra bonus damage against Cav. But I don't know if he's going to be able to deploy enough of them to fight the Step Lancers. Step Lancers, with their range, usually kill pikemen rather quickly. And he kept throwing down as more rams come in. And the Vills are going to try to run as the houses are getting converted. Oh no, no more housing space for Alza. The market's converted. This is the tricky situation where you don't even want to delete the houses because you want the monks to spend their monk juice converting so your organ guns can take better fights. You no longer charge on buildings and swap to units, but you can charge on units and swap among them. And we're getting some nice conversions from AKA. And Alza is dead. Did not manage to accomplish much with the organ guns. Is that Ganji? Oh no, look at the trail of villagers picked off by the Step Lancers. Absolute massacre. I can come forward, the walls trying to be finished, but now green is stuck in a very small corner of the map. And I mean, 114 vills to 83. Maybe there's a chance the Bohemians can just push out with halbs and push this back? It's going to take a lot of pikemen. And I don't think there's imp anytime soon for Klabaska. I'm doing another castle, but imp will be in for AKA. AKA has not even done loom yet, was defending without loom for the villagers. Yeah, red imp and probably GG. No immediate trebuchets from AKA. But those castles will be vulnerable. Teutons can of course do bombard cannons too. And there's imp from Klabaska. And I would imagine that Haufnitze are difficult for the Teutons to deal with. Okay, well here's AKA. He's going to be surrounded by some pikes, but at least he has some steppies to defend him. Kipchak should do well against just pikes. That's true, Kipchaks could be added in from Von Dutch. I think he's going full steppies though, and those steppies themselves can probably do well against just pikes. And honestly, the Rams should probably go for the castles at this point. They've been leaving the castles up there. They just turn and go for them. The organ guns have nowhere to hide. They can't garrison again in the castle. And all the pikemen will be cleaned by the steppies. All the pikemen getting cleaned, running for their lives, and getting cut down in the process. Just going to turn and fight with what's left of them, as the organs will be next. And lots of vills going for the castle. A couple of steppies there to defend the rams. And Rams will take out the castle. Monk Swamp conversions. And the castle goes down. The castle goes down. Rams go for the next castle. And Imp will be in first for red. We'll see if this team waits for green to get Imp before calling it. Oddly enough, the build counts between the teams are still the same, but all the timing and the momentum on the side of Von Dutch. As he has advanced to the Imperial Age. That's your Korean lesson for the day. That means AKA has advanced to the Imperial Age. TC will go down. Panic Castle from green, as he also has advanced to the Imperial Age, but will be trapped by the Steppies. This castle 88% and denied. 88% and denied. And block printing on the way for AKA. As even better than Rams, the best siege unit in the game, the Redemption Monk, going to convert the barracks. Going to convert the barracks where Halberdier is being researched. Will that finish? Yes, it does finish. Oh, just in time before the conversions. I guess conversions take a while for buildings. Oh, that would have been awful if Halb didn't get finished. Well, he's still hoping that he has himself a better boom than the other team, but his teammate has only 26 vills. That's going to take a long time to get back into the game. And, well, I think this is just going to be another win for the Kumans on Zawal. I've seen them winning so many games. It's tricky to defend that early push, and sometimes you just need your teammate to defend you. But you get off to such a smooth boom and push out right after it. I almost feel like AKA needs to delete those barracks so the Rams can move forward. Theocracy on the way. Now that Red's Imp, you'll be getting the Imperial Age Monk upgrades. I think both players need to push to beat the Kumans. That also lets the other teammate boom, but it's tricky. And indeed, OS playing the map very well. Monk conversions on the Halbs. As the castle is being trebbed. Castle is being trebbed. And the Steppy is going to pick off some Halbs. There they go, nicely done. They're going to retreat. And the castle will be on its way down. Rams in the bottom we're missing? Oh, not that bottom, this bottom. Well, those Rams will punch through the wall. There's the GG. And OS Plus ties it up with their clanmates 1-1. And behind a very well executed Kuman boom on Zawal. GG. Stand ground patrol Steppies are disgusting to fight, especially when they stack up nicely. So 105 kills for the Steppe Lancers. And I've yet to see the Kumans lose a game on Zawal. If you're not going to pick them yourself, feels like a civ that you almost have to ban. So GG. Alright, 1-1. They did win on Zawal. And that was Bohemians and Portuguese, losing to Teutons and Kumans. Zawal is a great map. Last Cartographers, Zawal was my favorite map. Let me just get the next game set up real quick. Press a lot of buttons in between the games. Alright. The problem is Capture Age seems to have an issue right now with VRAM usage. And it had been crashing my stream. Like crashing Capture Age, OBS, Discord, everything. Because I was running out of VRAM. And some other people were having that issue too. But I found that restarting Capture Age every game seems to allow me to avoid the issue. Yeah, Daniela was having the same issue. I think I even saw Ornlu T90 and Mem crashing too. Good night, Langzander. What is the counter to steppies? Usually just good archer units, but you need to make sure you have enough of them. Because steppies have low pierce armor and not the best HP. Alright. Alright, game 3 on the way. T90's whole PC crashed today. He might also be having other issues. It will be game number 3. And let me again get the scoreboard set up. One second. Split my recordings. Here we go. Okay, so game number 3. This will be Chicken Arabia right away. We have Blade going to hunt the chickens. And let me get the scoreboard set up again. Gotta reset that pretty much every game. I'll see you later, Langzander. And Martin Zilla, thank you for the follow. Also a reminder, I will be adding another $500 to the prize pool if we do manage to hit 15k followers during the tournament. So I do appreciate the follows, and it will help support the event. Also, this is Chicken Arabia. This is the autumn theme, and let me know what you think of this one. Maybe they didn't like the pasture terrains, but this I think is really pretty. And Cora Links, thank you for the follow. And can Kroks carry this one? Well, he's not playing. It'll be Blade in the green as the Lithuanians. That'll be the Scout Civ. And then Klobaska in the blue as the Ethiopians. That'll be the Archer Civ. On the other side, ooh, Italians. Italians for AKA. I want to see a dock in the pond. Italians for AKA. That'll be the Archer Civ. And then Von Dutch in the yellow as the Khmer. That will be the Scout Civ. So west versus east setup here. These autumn forests look weird in AoE. Do they? I think these look pretty nice. Maybe they pop out a bit. They have different colors than the other forests. Literally no way to place TCs after those hills. Yep, the hills are similar to DE Arabia Hills. And sometimes you get a good hill, sometimes you don't. DE introduced more extreme hill generations, but yeah, your map definitely is tricky. I guess the same could be said for Blade, though. He really doesn't have a TC spot. Maybe right here, kind of by the stone in the wood. He could go up here, kind of, but yeah, this is a very hilly Arabia gen. I guess you could go... You do one by the gold somewhat. Maybe out here on this wood line. That's also your starting wood line. Maybe out here somewhere could be a TC spot. Yeah, this is one of those old crater maps that they had... You get on Voodly and was reintroduced in DE. You could also go up here. I mean, up here would be a really safe TC from the perspective of it's uphill, so it's not going to be pushed and it defends a wood line, but also doesn't really give you much other than the wood line, and it's kind of tricky to wall that far away. If you could somehow get a TC on this hill protecting the gold and in front of the stone, maybe that could be great. Yeah, bit of a different set of generation with the hills. Have to think differently about the maps. Good thing is, at least in early feudal, you have safe gold and safe chickens if you're Von Dutch. So everyone clicking up at just about the same time, even with the chickens still seeing these 18, 19, 20 pop builds. And as the Scouts player here, usually in the 2v2s, the goal is to pressure the Scouts player because, one, you can't camp behind your walls with archers because you don't have range on the Scouts, and two, since the archers are slower, it's harder for your teammate to help you. So Scouts player, both on the south side of the map here, in green for Blade. And sometimes in those situations it is advantageous if you do have the mixed matchup. Like if like green and blue had their position swapped. It's usually advantage to the team that has the archer player closer to the enemy scout player, if the distances aren't quite equal. And hello, RR Rise! Hello, hello! You signed up with Vodka and Kamigawa, right? If I recall correctly. I did see an RR team. And Scouts, ooh, doesn't quite get the hit. 1 HP left for AKA. And it'll be a double range for the Archer player. what you expect. Double range also for Klobaska. Klobaska himself struggling with the hill, trying to get the archers in front of the gold. And hello again, Dimriser. How are you doing? So 2 ranges in front, ranges going up on the other side for this team. And we shall have Horse Collar on the way for Von Dutch. I'm a bit tired going to sleep soon. I'll have a nice sleep. As is these willow... The willow trees also... I like them, but they also look kind of out of place. Maybe compared to some of the other trees. The walls up from AKA. Scout's not quite able to get in. And Von Dutch is going to do a good job walling everything so far. Doing a compact set of walls to the TC. Khmer also can hop inside of the houses if they need to. Archer's dealing with the black bear. As they continue running around, X's everywhere. X's on the scouts too. X's up and down and all around. And we'll have Town Watch on the way for Von Dutch. As Vil counts and army counts still very even. Maybe some of the momentum on the side of Kroks might carry, as they are on the opposite side of the map. Trying to get the scouts. Archer should be able to pick the spear. Spear, if you can get a poke, that'd be great, but don't think he could pathfind there. Our archer's coming over, but AKA is ready to defend. Ready to defend and move out. See if the scouts can find the archers. He was tempting to take that fight. Oh, with the bear! The bear's gonna help. The bear's gonna make it okay to take the fight. The bear trying to munch on some archers. Oh, the bear helping OS Plus. The scouts still running around. Going to find the rest of the scouts coming over the hill. And the scout gets picked off. We'll have padded archer armor on the way for AKA. The archer is looking to push through, maybe take out the gate. Scouts there will be whacking at the gate. I'm trying to knock it down and get through. Archer's defending. This is what you can do with the defense as the archer player. Dance behind the walls with the archers. And that gate, 54 HP, almost down, so close. More archers from AKA coming in. And looks like they're going to get in. Some archers in the back we picked off. And that gold now exposed with the walls down. And the archer's getting in. And Klobaska looks like he's going to be falling apart here. Vilcant's similar, but this might just snowball all of a sudden. This might just snowball all of a sudden as the archers get picked off. No other action on the map, just the armies here. Lots of scouts for Blade. Vilcant's still the same, and desperately Klobaska's trying to long-distance mine stone, maybe for a tower. There's a P1, P2 fight? I think that's happened. Okay. Von Dutch can give us the details, because he was playing the game. And now the Vills being picked off, but sacrificing army maybe to kill some Vills. Getting some good Vill kills. And still having the archer numbers there. And low Zeta 2. That's the thing about the 2v2s. I need to get used to spectating these. We've had so many 1v1 tournaments. There's so much more to pay attention to in 2v2s. I gotta like constantly be looking at the minimap at the same time I'm watching the game. So archers at the front on the other side. Gold mining camp going up for Klobaska. Scout's going to pick off a couple of archers there. So scout numbers continue to rise for Blade. Up to 13 of them. And I mean, he's at the point where if he has upgrades, he can maybe take the fight. Doesn't have bloodlines. Other than that, has the upgrades. Castle Age on the way for OS Plus, for both players on OS Plus. Von Dutch is going to have to find a TC location though. And if these scouts fight, that'll be good for Blade. No one with bloodlines. Von Dutch doesn't have to fight now. He can just hoover around and wait for bloodlines and Castle Age. There's green clicking up. Gonna try to pressure. Now if we look at Von Dutch's base, very compactly walled. Gonna go triple stable, so he says, you know what, I can't find a spot for a TC. Let's just go triple stable and be very aggressive. Be as aggressive with knights as possible as the Khmer, who should have with their farmers, I think, a better eco than the Lithuanians. Lithuanians, their job is to grab relics. There are 7 relics on the map, and they do have 3 that spawn behind their base. There are 3 in the middle, and then 1 for this other team. That's an egg pace. And ooh, some spears being picked off by the scouts there, but they will get some turnaround pokes. Yeah, relic generation was good for them. It's always the challenge of trying not to do fixed relics and have a good amount of randomness. And it's a tough thing to balance. You don't have many options for that in map scripts. Now Vil goes down, Blade being raided. Vaska's really taken some losses though, you can tell in the score. And the crossbows are coming over, and now you're getting to the point where you're doubling the scouts player. And again, have to hide in the stables, can't just dance behind walls with archers. Spears going down. Scouts are gonna get on the gold, and this is looking like just about the end. It might be one more fight for Blade. Von Dutch is gonna have the hill in the fight though. I was gonna group up with crossbows too. We don't want to leave these crossbows out to dry. Maybe they'll just content themselves with another Vil pick. And they'd love to group up before the fight, even during the fight. More Vil is just going to go down, and that's going to allow the crossbows to group up because Blade wanted to keep the Vils alive. Wanted to keep them alive. Ooh, another Vil goes down. Crossbow's gonna turn, maybe fight the light cav. I think the crossbow numbers are bigger here. Yeah, 19 to 13. This might even be a fight that OS Plus wins. As they have to run away. And at the same time, Knight's gonna get in on the front. Just like we saw with Spaden, the front not completely walled, so the Knights are gonna be pumped in. Von Dutch might not have the easiest map to TC, but he adapted to it, added in the stables. That's the fun thing about having the more random maps. You can adapt to them a bit more. Play some different strategies based on the map. And right now, their team up by 20 Vils. Husbandry on the way though for Blade, trying to catch up to this. Thumbring on the way for AKA. Crossbow's gonna go through the palisade, gonna take out the crossbow on the inside. Ooh, picked him off. And Knight's running around on the front. Bear going down. And Knight's trying to find the crossbows, but not going to find them alone. This is such a great job by OS Plus, keeping their armies together, even when the crossbows are split up into two groups. Never being far enough apart that the other team is able to take a fight. The other OSs can jump them. And this looks like maybe they want to force the engagement here. It's a lot of crossbows from Flabaska, and they can't really be jumped because they're behind walls and under the TC. University on the way. We do ballistics for red though, so maybe with ballistics you just take the fight. Crossbows moving forward to try to get point-blank range to counter the ballistics. Knights, close fight in the south. Lots of the Knights are low on HP. And this is a lot of effort put by Kroks Mike Carey's team just to be 40 vills down and try to slightly clear an army and still have lesser numbers as the reinforcements now come in towards Blade's base, and the Knights are going to start raiding this gold. Knights will start raiding this gold, and there is the GG from Blade and Klabaska, as OS Plus, after losing that first game, has come back to take a 2-1 lead. It is a best of 5, so Kroks Mike Carey will need to win 2 games now to continue. And Chicken Arabia, 86 kills for AKA, 16k res for Von Dutch. GG. And let me get this scoreboard updated. Seems they really need Kroks to carry. So it's another win for OS Plus. For the maps, that is a loss for them on Chicken Arabia. Looks like they will pick African Clearing next. So what were the civs that were just involved there? That was what, Lithuanians, and was that the Ethiopians or was that Chinese? I've totally just forgotten the civ. It's right in front of me. It was Chinese, yeah. Very first pick. And the Wu, I wonder if we'll see the Wu in the next game. The very first pick, Wu. And that was a win for the Khmer. And oh wait, was that? Oh wait, no, the civ. Never mind. I'm confused because the DE has a bug where it doesn't display the civs correctly, and they didn't use the Chinese yet. Okay, yeah. When you click on the menu in DE to look at the civs, they are not displayed correctly. So what did I click off that I didn't mean to click off? Yeah, there was Khmer and there was Italians. There we go. 6 and 6. Okay. Oof. Yeah, I'm looking at a list of civs in front of me that is not the right list of civs. That is what confused me. My memory shouldn't be that bad. Alright, I'm just going to do one more ad, and then we'll get into the next game. And hopefully not have the ads during the game again. And as I've been saying, if you watch on YouTube, you shouldn't get ads there. If anyone on YouTube does get an ad, let me know, because I turned monetization off for that, but hopefully you can watch ad-free there. And the next map will indeed be African Clearing. It'll take me a minute to get into the game and get the stats set up. Okay, and we have proper stats this time. Okay, make sure I can see both my chats. here we go. Let me also restart my recording. Okay, welcome to game number 4. This will be African clearing between our OS mirror matchup. This is Kroks' team. Oh, Kroks is back. He might carry. I'll just leave it as, we know Kroks might carry. I'll leave it there. Too many scoreboard updates every game. And it will be African clearing. I've not seen this played yet. So I guess the one difference between this map and the latter version, other than the 9ville starter course, is that you start with a lot of baobab trees. We have 200 wood each, and every pond has a clump of 3 of them. Maybe you get an acacia tree too. That's just a map straggler though. This is the change we had made in Nations Cup, so it's a bit easier to TC the middle and have wood. And also just the general number of trees in the middle is increased. So you're not forced to go straight to the outside. You can have much better luck TCing the middle. And right away, we have Kroks next to AKA. And also right next to Von Dutch. So if this is a game where Kroks has to carry, then he'd better be on his way to do it. On the outside, very far away, we will have Alza. Alza will be playing as the Persians. Ooh. Persian boom from the outside could be nice. With Kroks as the Chinese on the inside. So Nomad starts, of course, you have the faster working Persian TC, and then plus 50 food and wood at the start, so you get off to an absolutely wonderful start. And the Chinese, plus 3 villagers. And on this map, when you don't need the houses now because of all the extra garrison space that the TC has, it's cozy in the middle. The Chinese are nice and cozy because they don't need to do the houses right away. They can go all on food, and they don't need to worry about wood. They have much less idle time than normal. What is the idle time there? Yeah, 1 second of TC idle time for the Kroks as the Chinese. Doesn't even have a loom. Because he did the mill with a few vills before building the TC, so we can keep the TC running. Chinese are going to be a very dangerous save on this map. On the other team, we'll have Vietnamese. So as the Vietnamese, Von Dutch will see the locations, 1, 2 of the enemy TCs, so he knows exactly where they are. And as the Berbers, both faster moving vills, nice bonus for Nomad when you have 9 vills that you need to collect together. Also just a general good unique unit civ with camel archers if he goes for a castle drop. Could be good against both the Chinese and the Persians in terms of unit composition. Maybe not directly camel archer versus Chuko Nu, but against pretty much everything else the Chinese can do. I didn't realize he played with OS. Well, he doesn't have the clan tag in front of him. Maybe he just signed up with the team. I didn't realize Kroks played with the Kroks might carry. Oh, vanilla donut. Yeah, so everyone doing the mill with a group of 3 vills on this map. So 3 to the mill, 6 to the TC is what we're seeing. And this vill just staring off into the wilderness. There we go. Tasked to the tree and then to the hunt. And very fast up from Kroks and Alza. And I think Kroks' view of this map is that you can probably go up so fast that you can go Archer Scout and play it like it's Arabia. So he's going to try to do that. We'll see if it works out for him. As Alza will be doing the barracks, and then I expect a stable after that if you're going up that fast for the barracks. So Kroks is hoping that the fast feudal will carry. Kroks will carry this. Kroks indeed will carry this. It's nice to have some people in the YouTube chat. I need to figure out a YouTube content strategy as this tournament goes on, but it's nice to have people in the chat. So mining camp going up, that'll be between the between the gold and the stone. Well, what a lovely mining camp this is. Oh, that is beautiful. I gotta screenshot this. That's amazing. Add that to my screenshot list. Alright. Screenshot list updated with a lovely, lovely mining camp. And okay, archery range. Oh, well, I was distracted from the mining camp. Well, the Kroks went to build an archery range. AKA, in the Dark Age, sent a bunch of vills to fight. And did not let the archery range go up. So Kroks had to do another archery range at home. Although if he ever can... Oh, he's just going to delete it. I was going to say, he might be able to vill fight down the walls. I mean, the Dark Age Palisade is only 150 HP. He's just going to delete it and do another foundation. Maybe one thing to realize if you're AKA. You don't. If you're going full palisade, you don't need the wall on the corner. Archers can't ungarrison over 2 adjacent palisade segments, so this one is unnecessary. If you were to do like a house in a palisade, then you would need to cover the corners. But if you're full palisade walls, you don't need to cover the corners. That's the use of the screenshots. Sometimes I'll post them to social media. That is the screenshots. Ooh, vicious snipe from Alza. That goat. Okay, so far a lot of pressure being put onto AKA. He's doing a market, trying to use the market to go up, maybe. He has the resources. Just needs to sell something for gold. Or mine some. He's 0 on gold and 189 gold and he can't go up. Sprinkles just vanilla visual mods? No, sprinkles are real. Man, 189 gold. 11 gold short and he can't go up. And he doesn't have much wood nearby, so selling is going to be risky too. Okay, so the pressure is so far working. Double stable from Von Dutch. Double stable from Von Dutch. And I think the very separated TC works out well on African clearing. It's hard to pressure both of you at once. Scouts player doesn't care about the distance as much. There's bloodlines, there's scale barding armor. Archer's still looking around to pick off scouts. Castle Age will be in first for AKA. Finally did manage to click up. Finally managed to mine some gold somehow. Has 4 vills on gold. Don't know if I can click those. Up, down. Oh yeah, down here by that mining camp he had made. Finally got the tower up. Let me add that to my screenshot folder too. This is even more beautiful. I get the tower in there. Oh yeah, that's pretty. This is like you're playing a campaign there. So archers from Kroks going to be caught out of position a bit by the scouts, but enough scouts from Alza come around that he will rescue them. Castle Age on the way, and will the Berber player be able to get a castle up? Not quite just yet. No camel archers yet. Alza trying to add in more scouts. Farms around here potentially could be sniped. You can resist not to do it. Nice. It's like the double dock fish boom. Oh no, oh no. AKA, he's trying for the castle. Can he get it up? Houses deleted. Vills want to fight. The scouts managed to get in on the villagers. That house needs to go down. The house actually trapped the villagers. And oh no, the castle will not go up. Defensive tower immediately from Kroks. Tower never stops the castle. Kroks says no, it does stop the castle. Doesn't stop this castle though. So absolute disaster, 21 vills for AKA. And this has not been a good game. And it looks like we're going to get a game 5. A game 5 between the OS clanmates. The green scout positioning there was beautiful. Also, lots of low HP villagers that the archers could snipe, but they will go down to the scouts. One archer there could pick off like 3 or 4 vills. Maybe that's what we have, one archer. Oh, the walls are breached. The scouts will pick the vills. Also doing a great job of focusing those low HP vills. Oh, 18 vills left for AKA. And, oh, does the castle go up? 17 vills. Okay, no more army to stop this. That does go up, but now it's 76 vills to 49. And Kroks' plan of playing scout and archer seems to have worked. absolute disaster there, yes. Okay, stable market going up for Alza. More scouts start pumping out. Worth it, yes. And Jack in all shades, hello there. And Jack in all shades is going to come to our watch party for the finals. And ooh, the walls don't quite go up. Oh, beautiful scout positioning from Von Dutch. Getting some revenge for his teammate there. Oh, that is perfect. The vertical line getting in on the vills, one tile off on a quick wall, and all the vills are dying. Oh, that was beautiful. So someone clipped that for me. That was perfect. I have to remember that was around 18 minutes. Now scouts are gonna start hoovering around a TC. Can they win? I mean, now they've evened it up to 20 vills. Maybe Von Dutch can carry. I was saying Kroks might carry. Maybe Von Dutch is the one who needs to carry all along. Kroks with a lot of archers to deal with camel archers, though. For now, it's a big enough mass that the camel archers don't want to engage. Anything's happened here? Oh boy. So the castle will destroy the TC. Just looking at the minimap, we have armies moving in, lots of scouts, as some archers chase some camels. Not going to go under the TC. The castle's there. TC will go down. Kroks now no longer has a TC. This army has to be careful of the castle's positioning. Over on the side, I'd imagine Kroks would want a TC maybe over here on the gold. Somewhere over there by the wood line. Keep the woodville safe. Next thing in the middle is a big fight going to happen with the scouts right now. And looks like this might be a decent fight for Von Dutch, because the scouts don't have to run away. Dial away from safety. Thank you, Jack. Have to run away, and the archers will pick off the scouts. Vietnamese versus Persian scouts. So, Persian scouts would have the attack bonus against archers, but that's not going to matter scout versus scout. And camel archers closing in. Trying to stay away from the archers. Both groups of archers circling around the scouts. I think Elza is slowly but surely getting a scout number lead. Yes, he is. Yes, he is indeed. The camel archers now have to run. Run from feudal archers. But now it's only a 20 difference. They do have a player in the castle age with an untouched stone mining eco to the left. These scouts are still going to try to raid. No eco upgrades at all for this team. At least Kroks' team has some eco upgrades. Von Dutch, aka, not doing any eco upgrades, playing the full Nikov style. Yeah, they can join the team all ego, no eco. Well, if they lose, maybe they can be matched together. Eco upgrades with 17 fills. Fair point. With everyone using the market there. Castle Age Kroks buying his way up and going to the next stage, adding in an extra archery range. No horse collar, just fishing? Fair enough, I guess. Everyone's got some farms out now, though. I guess Kroks doesn't. Kroks not farming. Didn't he have farms earlier? Am I imagining that? And I guess AKA is not farming, just fishing. And same for Elza. Lots of random mills here and there with the vills fishing. So scouts jumping in at the back of Von Dutch's base. Von Dutch will defend. At least they don't reseat farms as often. You have a good point about fishing. They also get extra benefit if you're the Chinese from horse collar because of the team bonus. Great. And that's percentage based on the amount of food the farms have, and horse collar increases it, as do the farm lineup upgrades. Watch player 3's base. I'm watching some camel archers in player 3's base. As Von Dutch and AKA take the score lead. There are a lot of vills going down here. This is a nice camel archer raid. Kroks' team still has the score lead, but more vills going down. Feudal Age Castle coming in. More scouts fighting over on the left. There's a few scouts being cleaned in the middle. It's mostly going to be these camel archers now wreaking havoc on these vills as they're not even up to the next stage. Could maybe go through that palisade and hit the wood line. I always got to find ways to avoid the cover of the TC. Oh, that vill went down. Bit of a delayed death. And lots of scouts from Von Dutch. Von Dutch is just continuing to pump out the scouts. No stopping. No stopping from Von Dutch. Everything getting cleaned. Meant to pick Magyard with that many scouts.
سلام.
That is just Reaper shutting itself off. It does that. There we go. That's one of my to-do lists, replacing Reaper with something that doesn't mute itself like that. Hello, Kratos. What teams are in this? Oh, they should be on the Wikipedia page for Cartographers. There's OS Plus and Kroks might carry. When I get a chance over the next day or so, I'm going to update the panels and put the Wikipedia links and all the links right beneath the stream. Use voice meter potato. I think I actually have like a voice meter, like, actual license. Like not the potato one, or not the banana one either, like the real one. I forget what it is though. I didn't really like it the last time I used it. I would just route all the audio stuff through OBS, but that makes it a bit tricky for co-casting, because then it's not routed to Discord. So castle going up for AKA. And it will hit both TCs. Let's go. This castle will go up with a gate in the back. It went so wrong? I mean, one player got Castle Age. I think that's how it went so wrong. Just being Castle Age with a good unique unit can be brutal. Yep, this is the last set of the day, indeed. We're about 6 hours in, and that also looked like the final game of the day as OS Plus wins. I thought AKA was dead when he got down to 17 vills. 90 to 17 KD. Who needs villagers when you have camel archers? That's what Phosphor has been trying to teach us all along. Oof. Alright. So now, time to wrap stuff up. And GG's. Congrats to Kroks for carrying one game. He carried game 1. I think we can indeed say that Kroks did carry, even if it was only for one game. So congrats to OS Plus for making it to the main event. And what were the civs there? There was Berbers and Vietnamese over Chinese and Persians. Chinese and Persians I think will be a nasty combo for that map, but again, just don't have that unique unit presence. And it's a very different strategies for the map. Nice to see that from the teams. Yeah, maybe green's staying feudal too long. Oh, it's kind of hard to tell though, because yellow is feudal the entire time, and you kind of want to stay equal in the scout numbers. Were some maps made specifically for this event, Fredo? Yes, a couple of them were. If you see Valley of Kings, I made that for this version, and Four Seasons was made for the last version. And then all of the maps I did touch up specifically for this one, so I've all tweaked them slightly. But Valley of Kings and Four Seasons specifically for this, yes, as 2v2 maps. And also Jungle Rumble I edited to be specifically 2v2 from the 1v1 version that was a 2TC start. Same from Sumatra, that was originally a 2TC start. If you're lucky, we might remember to put sheep on the map. We somehow hosted a show match on Canberra and did not realize that we did not put sheep on the map. And despite all the time we spent looking at it in the editor and in the show match, we didn't put sheep on it. But anyway, that's going to be it for me for today. I'm going to end on YouTube, so goodbye everyone on YouTube, and then I'll raid someone on Twitch. So goodbye to YouTube. We'll be back on Thursday. I know, Crab, you didn't even notice the missing sheep. We'll be back on Thursday then. Goodbye.